it's dark right now, and normally this would be a point that I would run off and be like, okay, it's time to go to sleep. However, the Silage is going to be done relatively soon. So I would like to wait until the Silage is done. It's at 92%. My thought is if I take this and I do another haul of grass real quick, that last haul of grass should give me enough to repair the tractor. It's kind of roughed up right now. But yeah, so we are struggling a little bit with the money. That is just the nature of the beginning of this run. We have no debt because we're not allowed to take loans. But it is just those things that we have very little money to work with, which really limits our options in the early game. For those go, man, this is really a slow start. Don't worry, it does pick up, but it takes a little while to get there. But it's not only going to be on channel. I am planning for starting this coming week to do a little bit more splitting up the content about having a bit more variety. I have been going hard. It's been a recent, I don't know if I'd call it a problem, so much as just a thing going on the channel, that I've kind of moved from one temporary obsession to another temporary obsession. That I feel like it started with Satisfactory, that I went super hard on Satisfactory before TwitchCon, got back, did another whole run of Satisfactory. I think there was a game we did in between there that I'm not remembering. But went super hard on Satisfactory again. Then I believe we went hard on, was it Planet Crafter? I think it was Planet Crafter. After which point, then Factorio dropped. And so I went super hard on Factorio for a couple of weeks. And then we checked out, oh man, there's another game or two we did between Factorio and now that we played to completion. And I don't remember what it was. It's fine. But it's been one of those things I've been kind of hopping into a game and then playing until it's done as in we've won. Not done as in 100% or anything like that. I find there's very few games I can sit on the channel and 100% and still have people interested. Not none. Like, I want to say, did we do that with unpacking? I know we got close at least with unpacking, where I did most of it. I think there was like one or two things I was just going to be going through all the days that I opted to do on my own time. But like, that's a very short game, so it's doable. Oh yeah, we played Planet Coaster 2. We only ended up doing, I think it was like 2 streams of that. Well, Satisfactory was before all that. But we did go hard on Satisfactory for like a good like month and a half or something like that. It was also surprising to me that the announcement just like, it was yesterday or the day before or something that like Factorio was like, oh hey, you know, it's been 1 month since we released our DLC, here's how it's going. And I'm like, it's only been a month? How has it only been a month? I've played Farm Sim for 20 days, and we fully played through Factorio, and that took us at least like 12 or 13 or 14 streams to get through it. How has it only been a month? I Am Future, that's the one I'm forgetting. Yeah, we did the full playthrough of I Am Future, and that was a good 7, 8 streams or something like that. I don't remember. It ended up being more streams than I thought it was gonna be. Cause like, we got to what was like the end of like the very first early access on the first day. We got to the other roof the second day. The third day we actually got to roughly where the sporting good area was. And like the fourth day we just unlocked a bunch of new areas. Like, we made progress on the fourth day, but as well as things that, like, as far as, like, equipped tools and that, I think we only got, like, one additional tool that entire day. And as, like, the last 5th and 6th was just, like, wrapping up those new areas, figuring out how to get the, what was it, like, the nano forge or whatever. And then the end of that one, we had, like, the big thing, and I was like, oh, we just gotta build that? Yeah, I'll go along. And I looked, I was like, oh, wait, never mind. This thing's asking for, like, 50 sheets of metal and, you know, 80 lumber or something like that. Never mind. Like, that's very clearly the, hey, you've learned the game, this is the thing, you put all the materials in now that you know how to do things. You know, it's the culmination kind of thing. Okay, that's that's a big project. And then that was like, I think we knocked that out in one stream. It was like from where it had been already set there that we just worked on it the whole stream. And I believe that stream went long. But then we got that done. And around then is when Farm Sim dropped. And so then we've been hard in Farm Sim since then. Which, like I said, I know Farm Sim's not everyone's jam, and that's totally fair. But we do bounce around a lot. My intention is, starting tomorrow, we're going to be mixing it up more. We're still going to have Farm Sim around. It's not going to go away anytime soon, because Farm Sim has absolutely been, like, the game for me when I just didn't know what to play. Farm Sim was always those ones that could just break out short notice and be like, yeah, it's fine. Like, it'll do. Just the same as well. RimWorld's been in that category a lot of times that I don't know what to do. Just let's break out RimWorld. Project Zomboid's been in that place a couple of times. I haven't done that in a long time, though. I'm kind of in the Build 42 waiting room that I have found if I sit down and I just start properly giving a playthrough of Zomboid, I quickly burn out again, just because after I set that world record, like, I went entirely too hard on that. And it was one of those things that, you know, my worry was if I stopped playing the game, the channel would die and blah, 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 blah. Even though I've always been a variety content creator, it was like I, you know, got my name in Project Zomboid first. So it's kind of just one of those things. Alright, so my hope is we'll drop this off, we'll get enough, we'll repair the tractor, and that our silage will be done. And if our silage is done, they can scoop that up real quick, and we can sell that for a bunch of money right now, which should give me enough for the silage leveler. And if I can get the silage leveler, what I could do is the next in-game day, I pull up as much stuff as I can, drop it off, use the combination of the silage leveler and the silage roller to get the silage done much faster than the last time, is my hope. And that will be able to potentially start branching out and going, okay, get the bigger tractor. That once I get the bigger tractor, then I can start getting a whole range of other equipment. Or get the McDonald windrower, which will make it so I can do the mowing part of this way faster. And that's kind of where we're looking at, is going, okay, where are the places that I can improve efficiency in such a way that I am also simultaneously getting equipment towards being able to do my next crop. And so the large tractor is the big one there, because that'll be the one I'm looking for if I don't catch it used is like 90,000 or whatever. All right, so that should probably be enough for me to repair the tractor. I'm also low-key hoping, since Pacific Drive was particularly successful, I'm low-key really hoping we see more games like that. Pacific Drive was a game I really, really enjoyed. I know we'll probably get some cheap, you know, crappy knockoff ones where the music isn't really that good and it just doesn't hit it, and, you know, it's just squish parts on the car. And, you know, a bunch of those will be underwhelming. But my hope is that we will get the game that, you know, oh, hey, let's try and go for that same nostalgia. Or, for the record, I would love to see a Pacific Drive 2. I feel like there is plenty of room for them to make a sequel for that game, and there's a lot of games that would not be a sentiment I would give them. With the whole spoopy exclusion zone. Okay. So we fully repaired the tractor. That's good. Alright. So let's go check out our silage again, because my hope again is that we can get the silage today. Because if we sell the silage, that should give us, by my best guesstimates, somewhere in the ballpark of around 10,000. 96%, so it did go up about 4%. So in theory, if I do exactly what I just did a minute ago again, then that should be enough for me to, That should be enough for me to be able to grab the silage next. Because I know I look forward to getting out of mowing the grass with this tiny little mower all the time. Alright. We'll also have months that we just won't get any meaningful amount of grass just because I want to say there's a whole thing that certain months the grass grows more than others. I could be wrong, or certain months it just doesn't grow. I don't actually remember what the mechanic is. I pretty much never go hard on the grass. Because it is one of those ones that when you're doing it, you kind of worry that people will just find it tedious and then lose interest. Which is fair. That was always a concern with doing the types of challenges I like doing, the slow burn kind of challenges. So when you're doing the no research, random research, and Rim World, those can be very, very slow depending on what materials you get and all that kind of, or sorry, what research you get handed. That it can be a very slow burn challenge. I like doing like the 100% pollution challenge, which again is a very slow burn challenge because I have to like slowly carve away at the pollution and get rid of it. I enjoyed, when I wasn't doing no research, random research, I played in the swamp quite a lot because it was kind of one of those things that you need to get to moisture pumps and like slowly carve out your territory using the moisture pumps, which again makes it a slow burn challenge that really limits your ability to build and all that. Project Zomboid, I always did what was referred to 0 as the hero, 0 fitness, 0 strength, 0 skills of literally any kind. So the early game of Project Zomboid is extremely slow because you fight like a horde of zombies and your character is practically collapsing levels of exhausted. And that's just the way it is for like the first in-game month or two. You know, as they slowly build up. Until they get to around like 3, 4, 5 and a weapon ability, 3 and like a maintenance ability, and like 2 nimble or something like that. And then things start to equalize out. And eventually you just get to the point where you can just slap zombies all day long and just not care anymore. Which that is the one I'm curious about. Project Zomboid Build 42, they had the thing they're talking about, their new exhaustion, or not exhaustion, the muscle fatigue to the game. That for those who have been keeping up with the things they've announced as changes for Build 42, is in Build 42. So in Build 41 we have it if you work out, you get muscle fatigue, and it puts your character into a lot of pain depending on how much working out you've done. And then they've got this regularity bar that gets longer, that the higher your regularity bar is with an exercise, the shorter that muscle fatigue hurts you. And the muscle fatigue massively reduces your combat ability, as well as it, you know, causes the pain debuff. You know, which makes it so your character can't sleep, and, you know, that they don't fight as well, and yada yada. Well, what they've done is they've made it so fighting will also contribute to that muscle fatigue. And so it's based on your weapon skill level. So if you're at level 0 with crowbars and you go fighting stuff with crowbars, you don't, like, you'll probably get through a horde or something like that. I don't know exact amount. But you'll, you know, do a little bit of fighting, and you'll start getting that muscle fatigue, which, you know, is now penalizing your ability to fight. And so your ability to take on large groups is greatly diminished in the early to mid game. I think late game it'll probably be similar. Until you start really, really throwing down, I'm not expecting it to be much different than what we've already got. But it definitely is designed to prolong the mid game, would be what my thoughts are on it. Because early game, you already can't really handle fighting that much without putting a lot of points into a lot of things, and those points will mitigate the effect. So my thought is already the mid game, you're likely still getting muscle fatigue if you just wake up and start throwing down at the zombies immediately. They're also reworking stealth to consider, like, I used to joke about, you know, the tutorial on Project Zomboid, be like, oh, you know, crouch behind this fence and sneak by, and it's like, I would always warn people, like, yeah, that doesn't actually do anything in the game. Literally crouching behind fences isn't a mechanic in Project Zomboid. It will be, that they'll have the idea of, like, full cover, partial cover, that kind of stuff with stealth considerations. And that's interesting, because that means stealth will be more usable, because right now stealth is literally a meme in Product Zomboid, that I literally advise people to not sneak, that it'll actively be more likely to get you killed. And I still feel like, even with the stealth mechanic being more functional in Build 42 when it drops, I still feel that my sentiment is still true, for the same reasons it's true now, is that none of them will guarantee your safety or anything like that. And instead of fighting from one side, you're now fighting from all sides if you accidentally mess up sneaking. So I still think the answer is to fight your way through things. But with all that said, we'll see. We'll see how it is when we actually get there. Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. For those who missed the last Thursdoid, the general thing that the devs at Indystone have said with Product Zomboid Build 42 is that they believe they're in line to drop before Christmas. They haven't committed to it, to be clear, because we've always had the thing like with Reddit where they're like, you lied to us, you deceived us, you told us it'd be here by now. That's like, they never said that. They said we are hoping to. There's very different between we're hoping, optimistically we'd like to, those kind of things. And then there's, hey, we have a rollout date of this date. And you'll find the Zomboid devs will never give you a date unless they're like really, really ready. Yeah, hopeful language is not definitive language. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that every once in a while, and you get a mix of stuff, like this isn't bad-mouthing the Product Zomboid Reddit, because usually the way it goes down is like someone will post and be like, the devs lied to us, they said it would be here by second quarter. Oh, I didn't even realize it gave me a prompt that it was done fermenting. That's much easier. You know, they'll be like, the devs deceived us, they lied to us, they said it would be here by now, and a whole bunch of people immediately pop is like, they did not. All those things you are saying, those are things that are in your head that do not exist in the world around you. They said they were hoping to have it by this time, or optimistically, or whatever verbiage you want to do. Oh, feel free. The Reddit is a dumpster fire most of the time. Good art. Some folks, sometimes a whole truckload of misinformation on there. Oh, yeah. There's a whole bunch of, like, just completely wrong information, and every other, like, month, the meme goes around of people, like, taking a picture of their monitor from far away from their phone so you can barely make out what it is. That, you know, someone will take a picture, like, meaningfully to try and ask a question because they just don't know any better. And then for, like, the next 30 days, the entire subreddit is just getting more and more absurd. Like, you know, someone taking a picture of their phone, taking a picture of their display, and all sorts of stuff. And it's like, I get the joke, and it was once upon a time funny, but also, I'm pretty over it. I'm pretty ready for that to not be a meme that keeps coming back. It can be funny once in a while when someone does something like truly original with it. Like, the first time I saw someone like taking a picture of the lens of a telescope pointing at a screen, that got a good chuckle out of me. Open the silo. Alright. So we now got silage. Nice fermented grass. Mmm. Oh, I have to open it up in sections. I misunderstood. I guess I have to clean up that end first. It's a little weird, but okay. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, it is probably just me having worked in IT. You just kind of learn that what people assume is common knowledge is hardly common. Alright. Okay, we've got our first pass of silage. Some memes take a while to go away, but they do eventually. Yeah, that's the thing. It runs its course for like 30 days or so. Like, you know, give 20, 30 days. The meme around taking the picture terribly goes around. It's just one of those memes that just keeps coming back and just keeps coming back and just keeps coming back. You're like, you know what? I'm pretty over this meme. It's like to me it's the internet's equivalent of your mom jokes, where like, you know, man, these stopped being funny a long time ago, and it's real rare that someone drops one of those and gets an actual chuckle out of me. Alright, so that should be much better money than the last one was. Oh yeah, that's so much better money than when we were just dropping the grass in there. $1,800. And volume-wise, that was about $650 worth of grass. So just barely not quite triple. Hey, Infinity Simplex. How's it going? Her mama is so classless she could be a Marxist utopia. That's not the type of your mom jokes I was going with, but yeah, those ones I haven't heard in a hot minute. Which is good, because that's part of what makes a joke not get tiresome, is when people don't tell it all the time. I'm talking more around the things, it's like, hey, what were you doing last night? Your mom! Oh, dang! And you're like, really? Dude. Come on. You've certainly hit puberty by now, right? It's like these nuts. Yeah, that one's a more recent one. The your mom thing has been around forever. Yeah, no, I have to manually uncover it. I'm not exactly sure how it works, because it's not letting me uncover all of it at once. It seems like it only uncover the ends. So I'm a little confused by that, but we'll see. I don't really understand. I was hoping I could just like lift the things off and just cut right across until it's full. Because the fact that I can't uncover it all is actually making this way harder than it needs to be. Like some sweet spot I gotta find? I don't really understand how I get the last of this, because the whole thing's done. Keys from yesterday worked? Good. I wasn't anticipating any problems, but you never know. And like if I did run into problems that hadn't worked, like there's people I could have potentially, you know, I could sit there and, you know, go, hey, just so you know, I had this reported. Now granted, they'd probably verify in some way, but I haven't had any problems. I'd like to keep it that way. Yeah, I'm not really understanding what's happening with this right now, because it's able to uncover the ends, and it just says the bunker was done. So my assumptions would be with the bunker done, Because right now I can't really get at the next spot. It's not a flashlight thing. I'm not seeing anything here to indicate that I'm trying to hit the pick it up anyways here. Nothing, we gotta do it from the outside. It detects that there's a fill level here and everything. So I'm not entirely sure what to do here. What I might do is, because I can't see what I'm doing anyways, let's drop off this half thing of silage here. We'll advance the day and see what happens. Because in hindsight, since the keys are from Dare Drop, you wouldn't think there could be problems. Used to giving. Scuffed, maybe reload. Maybe. Either way, let's drop off what I've gotten here real fast. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is advance the day anyways. Because I'm not doing anything more with it tonight in-game anyways. We're just literally selling silage. Unless the price of silage gets horribly changed over the next whatever amount of time. Granted, that was just an autosave. Oh yeah, I forgot the price of silage I think changes only like $3 from its highest to lowest, so like literally irrelevant. Was all silage covered at the same time? I believe it all goes at the same time. Like I don't believe I had to go like section to section. I thought it was just like literally I put the grass that said cover. Yeah, so even a half container of silage was still more, like almost 1.5 what we would have gotten for a full load of grass. Alright, so let's go over here. We're going to quickly park it up. We're going to fast forward time, check in the morning if I can mess with it. If I can't, we'll do a quick save. Reload the save file real fast and just see if that unsticks it. Because it'd be extremely frustrating if it just didn't work. I don't think the roller or the leveler would do anything. But we'll see. For right now, I picked up basically all that was uncovered. So I still have, you know, probably more than half of the silage still in there. I'm just having problems getting it to let me uncover it. Let's run over here and take a quick peek before I worry about anything else. Yeah, so still not seeing any kind of prompt for it, so it's not a timer or anything like that. Let's go ahead and hit save. With the save file. Reopen the save file and see if that unsticks it. And if it doesn't, then that presents, honestly, a big frustration point. Because my assumption to be I wouldn't be allowed to use the pit for more silage as long as, to make more silage as long as there's silage in there. And then also that proved to be a problem. Because if I can't get at that anyways, what good is it? And it doesn't have the thing saying, hey, I'm still fermenting. And even then we'd be way past that fermenting time as is. I do not know what to do, chat. Because that is about half, if not more than half of our silage still trapped in here, and I don't know how to get at it. If anyone is available to take a quick peek, could anyone do a search for me and see Farm Sim 25, like, bunker can't uncover or something like that? Because they also can't get that last little bit up either. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to like zip back and forth and see if like technically I've got to go. See if like maybe it's just a bug where I gotta like uncover the first area to get to the next area or some nonsense. Hey Gregory's, how's it going? Yeah, because I can't seem to get at any of the rest of the stuff here. Alright, so that switched into chaff because I picked up the tiniest bit of chaff. So still no anything here. So I don't know. For the bunker, you only found an XML edit on the Steam forums. Is the XML... YouTube says, as you scoop it, the cover should recede. So what I'm thinking is probably happening is that this end has a spot I can't quite get. Right there. It's just too high of a ramp kind of thing. And so I'm thinking there's enough there that it's struggling with it.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. And Patsy on their 5-stream streak. So just to clarify, Jaywalker, with the XML edit, like what is that supposed to do? Because I know it's basically going into the save file and making a quick edit. Is it like a one-time fix, or it's like I'm gonna change the properties on it and it'll just fix going forward? Just to clarify, you know what we're talking here. No bonk still? Man, I gotta have a whole lot. Oh, it wasn't Jaywalker? I'm sorry. Oh, JD, my apologies. My apologies. Both your names are blue to me because I have the thing where it tries to have the higher contrast names, and they both start with J and are about the same length. So my eyes did the thing. But yeah, no, it's if it seems like it'll resolve it, like I guess I mean go ahead and post it in the farm sim channel because I can take a peek and I'll probably be able to see what it's doing. Because I know XML. It changes the open at front or open at back property to true. Yeah, that's fine. So it'll be a one-time fix, but we'll give that a go. Because right now I've got probably another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 worth of silage I can't get at. Placeables XML, alright. Yeah, so like I'd ignore all the unique ID and everything, I'd just change the last two variables. Yep. I'll try that real fast. If it's looking like that's gonna be a thing I have to do multiple times, obviously, at that point I would just throw in the towel on that one, just sell the silage pit, and we would save up for switching over to doing wrap bales instead. If it came down to that, or trying to make something else happen. It just sucked because in the meantime I'd be stuck mowing regular grass as opposed to getting silage. You're gonna hang, but you gotta go? Was about to quit for today, and then you saw you were online. Thought I might as well drop in and drop the new Holland Bomb. No problem. I'll do my best. You have a good one. But yeah, what I'll do is we got an ad break here in about 4 minutes. I'll take 2 seconds to it. Let's see, once you open it from one end, take the leveler and the silage forks or something along the lines and open the whole thing up before you start emptying it. Okay, so what people are saying is don't just start emptying it right away. Get the leveler, use the leveler, and then start doing it. So open out one end, use a leveler, silage forks, or something along those lines to open up the whole thing. Okay, I gotcha. So, right, makes sense. So it is a bug. But the idea is what we would do is we'd open up one end, we'd use a leveler, which is literally the next thing I'm planning on buying for like 6,600. And then we can go ahead and just push across there. It should open it all up. And once they, open it all up, then we're free to go. Fair enough. It's interesting to me that they don't make it so you could just open the whole thing all up in one go. Alright. I don't feel like this grass is grown in yet. Yeah, we'll do this load. I feel like this is not grown. I think we finished the area that was the previous one, and that's like the much shorter grass. There's no point in wasting the same amount of time for half the yield. So let's drop this off. I'll do this quick 2-second XML edit. Does it seem like it would be a status option thing on the bunker itself? So it's done, you can uncover the bunker control area thing and jump back at your machinery. Have you been cutting trees too? No, I have not got the chainsaw. I also don't have something I can ship the logs with yet. Because that's, so far as the beginning, we made the decision, am I logging, am I doing grass, or am I just doing greenhouse stuff? And we put up to a poll and it was very, very heavily leaning towards grass. Which makes sense, because the last time I did a Survivorman challenge, we went with the logging route. And, it's fine, but people probably wanted to see something different. There's also more I could do in the short term with grass, so far as, like, we have the option of hay, we have the option of silage, we have the option of just selling it as grass, we have all these things. With the logging, about your only options are sell the logs until you have a greenhouse, then huck them in the greenhouse and sell directly from the greenhouse, which isn't bad or anything. It's actually very lucrative. Okay. So I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast. I'm going to run over here. I'm going to do this thing that we're basically going to go into the save file. We're going to go to our bunker silo, and we're going to tell it it's open. Is what this is doing. And my assumption is that we'll open it the next phase, and that once we get our money, we'll get the silage leveler, which is supposed to fix it the next time. So let's do that. Hit the save button. And I'll need to quit out of the save file, because we're about to hit an ad break real fast. I'm going to pause my music so we're not listening to overlapping music. It'll take me just a minute here, because, I used to actually have this directory pinned. And the reason I had it pinned was I was doing, like, all the Survivorman stuff off-stream and all that. And so taking the time to set up the save file, go through all that and whatnot. It's also where the mods folder and everything else are. That I just ran into stuff. Okay, so it's supposed to be the placeables XML file. So I can go ahead and open that with Visual Studio Code, because that way I get highlighting. And I am looking for the bunker. No, don't type it at the top of the file. I want you to search. Bunker. Okay, so we've got the bunker silo placeable, whatever. There's its position. Farmland ID. Both open at front and back are set to true. Okay. Let me try doing something here. So we'll try setting that. So I'm going to adjust it to say actually false, since it is already saying true. And what my hope of what will happen here is it will recover the ends. We can walk in and uncover it. And my hope is that'll fix it. And if not, I'll just back out and adjust it again. So let's see, because it was set to say that it's already open. But then I couldn't do anything with it, so I just told it it's actually closed. Alright, so that did unstick it, so let me go ahead and for right now I am going to close that because I don't want to sit there and mess with those files again. Alright. Let's see if I go and I grab the weights and I just zip across the top here, if it'll unstick it so that we can get all of them open. Apparently not the side I grab it with. I'm also a little worried I'm going to grab this thing and we're just going to stop moving or we're going to flip backwards because that looks like it might be pretty heavy. I'm detecting an issue, chat. Alright. So let's try giving ourselves a counterweight of the mower head. And see if that helps at all. Because the mower head has some weight, but it's a question of if it has enough weight to counter what is just literally a weight. It's tenuous. We're bouncing. I think when we put it down, though, we'll be able to manage. So if it seems like I'm not turning when I want to, it keeps lifting my front wheels just a little bit. Well, that didn't work at all as I'd hoped. Alright, well, I guess we're resetting it. Did you... That is not what I was hoping for. Alright, So, it's looking like I probably, one, need a bigger tractor. Which we already knew that part. But two, it's looking like this is gonna be a little bit of an issue here. Front loader? I gotta be able to afford a front loader. Like that's half the problem. Like almost everything, it's like, oh yeah, there's a solution to that. It costs $10,000. Like, well, I don't got it. Like, that's half of what we're doing now, is trying to get those basic early monies to try and get the very basic early things I need to do this. Trying desperately to turn this. It's fine. We are inching this out of here little by little. This tractor is just not adequate to move this thing. I am wondering if I could get this thing turned around. There we go. If I can get this turned around, if I could shove it in there from the front. How goes the farming? It's going all right. We're dealing with some minor issues in that our tractor is woefully inadequate for the things we're trying to do with it. So what I'm hoping it. Gotcha. So I can't turn with it because it's just heavier than the rest of my vehicle. Weirdly pulling this straight in here, though, so let's just see. I was really hoping that'd be enough, but it's just too heavy. So let's just back that out directly and drop it for now. Yeah, I think the problem is honestly the horsepower as much as it is the weight. So like if I have just the roller by itself, that's a problem. But I think when I have the two of those, like the mower header on there and the other thing, that it's actually just literally the weight that's the issue. I may just have to fuss with it for right now and be able to potentially get the loader, all that. You have to access something? Yeah, so I might end up glitching this out again, but right now I just lack the tools to do much of anything other than this. Lowering and raising is literally not doing anything with that. You know what's what we could do is we could drive over from the other side. You have access to something. It ain't much. Yeah. But with that, that should be enough there to most likely get it to where we can, most likely to get us enough that I'll be able to get access to the leveler. And then my hope is the leveler will work better for this, that we won't have as much of a problem. I'm probably going to want to counterweight at some point. My hope is I can just drive up here real fast, lower it and turn it back on. Come on, I see you crawling over that. You're right there, you can do it. I believe. There we go. So we'll do another pass to fill it off. Then maybe we'll be able to get the leveler and open it from the other side and level it. There we go. What are you doing here? So I put a bunch of grass in there and covered it and fermented it into silage. And silage is basically a type of animal feed that's worth way more than the grass that I put in there to begin with. So I'm trying to pick up the silage, and the big issue is my tractor is just woefully inadequate. Is really the big problem. But we're trying to just manhandle it and make it work anyways because of my basically zero funds. Because we are doing a challenge where I'm not allowed to loan or lease and all that. We're just doing our best to make it work with what we got. But my hope here is in, Oh, clicked out of the window. I didn't want to do that. I'll have to check that in a minute. But my hope here is at, like, $6,600, like, total, not in addition to what we've already got. I can buy a thing that should help it. That's called a leveler. So let's see what was on sale again. Oh, I actually canceled it early. I mean, that would definitely be... Both of those are uptick tractors. I don't think we could afford either of those today, though. Unfortunately. And that's outside our means as well. Yeah, so one regular load of grass would be enough, but if I just uncover the other side, that should give me the leveler. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is the silage is giving me about 1,800, 1,900 per load. Whereas the grass is giving about 650, 700 per load. So that is a substantial upgrade so far as the amount of put in versus what I'm getting out. Yep. And it was 6,600 for the leveler. And then the hope is that would get us sorted out a bit. And then the next move would probably be getting the bigger tractor so we don't struggle nearly as much in every bit of this process. So I am going to want to uncover the other side. Yeah, so it does seem like there is a bug right now where if I start by collecting it, then it doesn't always uncover the next section. But hopefully when you get the leveler, we can get around that bug. How'd you fix it? I exited the game real fast, went to the save file, and I told it that I hadn't uncovered it yet. And then when I told it I hadn't uncovered it yet, it would let me go and uncover the next section. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There we go, that'll do well enough. Yeah, because if we can get it to uncover all of it better, then that should give me the opportunity to just race across the whole thing and deal with it. Yeah, so my suspicion is it was probably supposed to uncover there. Where I grabbed enough of that. So it might be one of those things I gotta nudge the file again or something. We'll see. I'll see if I can't just get the leveler and just bump whatever's still here. It's gonna be back it out and just... Yeah, so I'm beached. So I'm trying to do... is I'm getting the foraging wagon stuck on the edge here, but when I try and drive forward, I immediately lose my ability to turn because my front wheels get off the ground. We're almost there. For some reason you haven't lost yours. Even those who weren't here on Thursday. I don't normally stream on Thursdays. So you're good. Hey, Infinity. Oh, sorry. Well, both also hey to you, but hey, Doppelganger. Thanks so much for the 15 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying your stream, like your viewing and all that, and catch the last 15 streams has been good for you. Let me go ahead and just take this, sell this, buy the leveler, and see what we can do to hopefully get it to trigger like opening the next spot. But yeah, this is definitely a pain point right now that I gotta manage to get myself a better tractor. Forgot about that again? Yeah. I mean, let me check one thing because people are discussing stuff. Okay. It'd definitely be a nice thing to be able to do it every single day, but like that would just be too much time cutting into like, you know, spending time with Tomb and family and all that kind of stuff. Like there's definitely a balance that has to happen. And I need to keep an eye on hot potato things. Alright, so I gotta keep an eye on the hot potato because it is one of those things that we are doing the charity stream for the second part of the stream. Yeah. Oh, don't worry, I take days off. Yeah, I took Thursday off. I am planning on being better about taking my days off, actually off. I've been really bad about that lately, about just streaming and all my days off. Like, you know, I've already made plans with Tomb for like next Thursday, and genuinely, most likely, this, at least for the beginning of December, my days off, most of those aren't going to actually be taken off. Just, you know, with everything going on, I've been going a lot longer, and, you know, I like to do things with Tomb and all that. It's easy to get, you know, completely absorbed. I very quickly fall into patterns. Yep, time off is good. It's just the juggle that, as a content creator, it's really easy to stress out about all sorts of stuff. Yes, this could be a 3-point or a wheel loader. We're gonna make it the 3-point configuration. I am glad, for those who didn't catch this, when you buy this, there is no price point difference between those, which does mean if ultimately later I got a wheel loader, I can literally just go to the configure thing and just reconfigure it. At least when you're not completely caught by a similar game like Factorio and all that. Oh yeah, no, it's so easy. Like that's like it's a good and a bad thing. I very easily can fall into a pattern, not whether it's a productive pattern when it's my hyper focus. And it's one of those things that it can be detrimental at times. Unfold loader. Or loading wagon. Alright. If I ditch you, do I tip forward? Yes. So right now, that big wagon is a counterweight. So then the hope here is if I shove the silage, it should uncover the next section. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. There's the ticket. Hyperfocus is an amazing tool, but also a heavyweight when it hits wrong. Yep, it is also a tool you have very little control over. There's things you can do to sometimes finagle and influence it. Like you start to learn the way your brain works and going, okay, what can I do to get my brain to buy into this thing I need to be doing? You know, and start trying to learn tricks. But then there's just stuff you really have no interest in doing, and there's only so much you can do to force it. That was much less cursed and awful. Almost like that machine was made for it. This may come as a surprise to you, chat, but when you use a tool designed for a job, it tends to do that job well. How long does it take the grass to convert to silage? It seemed like it was around 24 in-game hours. Sorry, I should say a full in-game day, so it'd be a full in-game month with my settings. So if you have 1 day, 1 month, you put it down 1 day, roughly the same time the next day I was able to pick it up. I have been told as you get it more full that it takes longer, and at maximum fill on a large one, I think they said it was 4 in-game days. Your mama's totally polymorphic. She taked on any type. Yes. I can understand the whole thing. So for those not catching the programming humor in that, you can have things that, how would I want to phrase this? You can have where an object can be like contrasted to a bunch of different objects. That's called polymorphism. There's nothing weird about that. It's programming stuff. It's literally, I'm trying to think about how to simplify this, because you have like inheritance, and polymorphism is along the lines of inheritance. And so like, if I were to have a type dog, so in my language I have this class and it's called dog, and it says dog, when excited wag tail, dog, run, dog, bark, all these kind of things. And I have all the properties that is dog. What I can then do is I can make a separate object that is dog, or a separate object that is something like Chihuahua, and Chihuahua can inherit dog. It is a type of dog. So it is, you know, its own object, but it is a kind of like subtype, whatever. And the important thing is, by default, if the Chihuahua is dog, Chihuahua has all of the things dog has, unless we go out of our way to say, except this, or, you know, we do what's known as an override. And so you run into all that kind of stuff. And then polymorphism is along that line where you have stuff that can have a bunch more. I'm trying to think of how I take polymorphism in programming and take that. But the idea is it's objects that inherit and have relationships to other objects and whatnot. And there's reasons for it. And a lot of them are actually really good. It's good to use like inheritance and all that effectively. Man, it has been like a long time since I've had to try and consider polymorphism and like how I would teach it. Inheritance I've had to teach many times, because that's a relatively, it sounds more difficult than it really is, but it's a relatively simple thing to explain, because usually what you do is you'd be like, you know, here is dog has fur, dog wags tail, you know, like, or sorry, dog has fur, dog has 2 eyes, dog has tail, and these would be your properties about dog. And then you have, you know, the methods of dog, the things dog can do, and dog can run, dog can bark, dog can eat, you know, whatever. Dog can sleep. And then, you know, you'd inherit that and you do like Chihuahua, and maybe Chihuahua does not have fur, so you'd override fur and set it to false or whatever. Or you'd say, okay, well, now it's Shih Tzu. Okay, override fur, now the fur's blonde. Or like blonde to brown, like blonde, brown, or whatever. You've got your set values it's allowed to be. Or, you know, maybe there's a type of dog that doesn't have a tail, or just behaviorally does not wag tail. And you'd have those as subtypes of dog. And then you get into the whole thing where I can use functionality where I can get a list of dog, and all of those individual subtypes of dog can be in that list because they are, by their nature, dog. They're just their own types of dog. And I can say, okay, for all the dogs in my list, make them bark. And, you know, they would all run their own individual implementations of bark if they have them and all that. And it gets to be this thing that it can get really messy, but is an extremely powerful thing that genuinely, when it comes to larger programs, you're going to have to do. Or I shouldn't say larger programs. There's a certain point where your programs are going to need to be adaptable enough to do those kind of things. And I've seen some apps, like, I've seen that stuff done very effectively and cleanly, and you can look at and see very intuitively how it works. And then I've seen things where you look at that and just, you know, just dig into it and you go, okay, but why are we doing this thing? Like, there was one company I worked at that, for whatever reason I will never know, wanted to make their entire own air handling stuff. So instead of using the stuff built in with the technology they were doing, I'm just circling this thing because I keep double guessing my connection point. It's right here. And so at that particular company, they're like, oh, this thing has all this rich programming in it. It's got all of its ways to handle its error that you can choose a bunch of different things, and it all worked extremely effectively. No, we're just going to throw that all out, and we're going to build our own from scratch. And we're going to take every single type of data in the entire application, and we're going to have this one type of object that everything gets funneled into, and it's going to have the air handling built in that. And that was the beginning of no end of pain. All right, so that grass is not fully grown, and I am not mowing grass that's not ready. Next thing is Rual. It's clear passion. I have like 15 years experience, and I've dealt with some garbage. Totally haven't made your own air handling and debugging in a project. Nope. So it's fine if the technology you're using, if their debugging of that is kind of garbage. Do they have any contracts? There are contracts on this map, but with the challenge run my options, I'm not allowed to do these. Because otherwise I would just do these and not work on my own stuff. The idea with the challenge of this run is you are 100% just trying to operate fully on your own stuff. So we went ahead and advanced time, because if the grass isn't fully grown, it's literally just a waste of my time to mow it. I'm better off just waiting for it to finish growing and then mow it for the full volume. It was R. Error reporting is so crap. For my purposes, I believe you. I actually haven't done R before. That is a language I'm unfamiliar with. Like, I'm aware of what R is, but I haven't worked in it. Okay, so this is looking promising. We're just taking a little peeky peek, making sure the grass is actually worth mowing. So I'm going to do is I'm going to run up over here to this corner. But yeah, now if you're looking at like the .NET languages, they've got really good error handling in the .NET languages. So I would say both sides of my screen, I would say those seem to be the same amount of growth, because this I've never mowed, so this is fully grown. I would say that's fully grown. So it just needed one more month. That's all. It just needed another month to cook. It wasn't quite ripe yet. We took it off the vine, we gave it a bite and went, that was not a winner. Except off the vine, we mean we're talking about grass. Okay, but the good news here is this does mean we can, we can get way more money for the same amount of effort now as I push all the wrong buttons, because it's like I play this game all the time and I have to like relearn it every single time I play it. But yeah, so my plan this time, and this might be a mistake, so I'm trying to think about compressing it, because right now that roller is still a problem. That the roller is too heavy for this tractor to realistically handle. Like, I can toss a counterweight on it to at least keep me from flipping forward or back, but even with that, while it doesn't have a set horsepower that is strictly required, we still struggle to no end. I won't be able to do that because we're going to do that. Such a troll game. We spent there the whole time doing the other one when we were going for $1 million, like, just give me the spinach, you know, harvester so I could do it. And they just showed me the spinach harvester at like 40-50% off. Now granted, it doesn't matter because there's no way in heck I could afford that without completely just throwing the entire challenge out the window. And even that would be not worth it because I wouldn't have any of the equipment to support it. And even at maximum alone, I don't think I could afford it. But I think our next investment is going to be going for probably that tractor there for 90,000. Obviously, if I catch a tractor that's on a really good sale, I'll grab it instead. But grab that tractor that's about 90,000, 230 horsepower. That should work. Actually, you know what? So obviously that would be one to consider if I have the money. I may not go all the way. Well, okay, hang on. Before we get all cut up in the weeds, if we're going to be going towards the, doing the barley, the minimum I need for horsepower to be able to do the barley at all is I am going to need about 150 horsepower to run the seeder. Everything else, the horsepower is substantially less, but the seeder itself is about 150 horsepower. Which means if we're looking at the small tractors, technically that one could get us by. If we're looking at the small tractors, a lot of these won't cut it at all. Like this one can get up to there, but that's already 100-something thousand. Yeah. So literally I'm already breaking 100,000 if I do a small tractor with that kind of horsepower. So realistically, that means I'm getting the lower end of a medium tractor, which is fine, because the medium tractors, they start closer to 200 horsepower just to begin with. But we're going to see, because my hope here is that I can get a good 20-30,000 worth of silage this next round. Because what I'm going to do is I'm not going to just immediately cover this up. We're going to load this up as much as I can, and then we're going to cover it up. So you go a little dry on the money intake for a bit to get one big payout. So we have April will have rain. Okay. Yeah, so no matter what, we want to have that thing covered by April. My thought is to try and get through mowing as much of this as we can and doing it that way. The other thing I'm going to try to do, and this might be a colossal mistake on my part, is I might try going up to the end here. It seemed like with the leveler I could just kind of shove stuff in here. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go right around the middle. And I'm not going to drive through, and this is where I'm saying it might be a mistake. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to back the trailer in here and just like kind of keep pressing it towards the middle. So yeah, so we got that in one giant pile there. And what we'll try doing is the next round, I'll back up against that on one side and drop everything on that side. And the next one I'll go and back in from the other side, drop everything in. Oh yeah, no, you're good, you're good. Like, I mean, obviously if it makes you feel bad and that bothers you, that's certainly a thing. But, no, it's good to have topics to be passionate about. There's way in the past that we've talked about software dev and all that we've had a whole bunch of people who pop in, they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And while I'm not sure I'm going to learn it, it's like, it's interesting to hear this side of it. Because for a lot of people when it comes to software, just because of where they're at, not having particularly that much in the way of technology type jobs or whatever, you know, feel free to insert like anything there, that it's just a world they're not really aware of or whatever. And it can be one of those things that exposure can give them, you know, a better understanding, better respect, better ability to empathize. Because, like, for a lot of people, they've never worked with people in software dev to begin with. And then you turn around with whatnot, and you hear people complaining about stuff, and you stop and go, wait a second, like, you know, I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with something that sounds very similar to what you're dealing with. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, like, you know, whether you're an aerospace engineer, a mechanical engineer, a software developer, a civil engineer, to, I mean, not a lesser degree, a different nature behind it. All of them, you're dealing with project management, you're dealing with, you know, different requirements on the tasks you're doing. The nature of them is different. Like, obviously, you know, in the engineering stuff, you're dealing with stuff like thermodynamics, material property considerations, all these types of things, whereas a software dev, I don't give a crap about any of that. Instead, I'm trying to worry about, okay, well, what about software security? What about performance implications and all that? So, like, and it's not to say either of these are better or worse or easier or harder or anything, like, it's just different difficulties. So, you know, an engineer building a bridge, they have to go, okay, I'm going to have X number of tens of thousands of cars going across me. These cars are going to potentially weigh up to Y amount. I need to take considerations in my design and the materials I use to be able to accommodate all these things. It's also going to be in a built in an area that has 4 seasons, so it's going to need to be able to handle, you know, significant temperature differences that can put strain on concrete and cause it to crack and all that. So it's going to need, you know, this nature of reinforcement to accommodate that. And a lot of that can be prescriptive. That, you know, as people have solved some of these problems, you make a lot of the same kind of bridges, just, you know, the length and all that changes. And that's true of software dev as well, that the vast majority of the problems we deal with software dev, someone's already solved it before. You know, and you just find that solution and you repeat it. It's fairly rare you get a new, novel, interesting thing you do in software dev. And those are ones that some people love working on the new and novel, and some people cannot stand it. You know, it's probably the exact same thing in civil engineering. That some people are just happy staying in their comfort zone, building the exact same style of bridges again and again and again. That's just their specialty, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there are some people who probably would be bored out of their mind making the exact same bridge again and again and again and just adjusting the variables around the edges. And then there's the people who say, hey, we want this bridge, it needs to span this 10-mile gap. By the way, it's also got all this, like, weird stuff we need to going on that we're going to have to account for. That is not normally a consideration we have to worry about. And for some people, that would be exciting, going, okay, well, the normal materials we use won't hold up in this situation. All right, let me start doing some hunting and research to see what other options we've got. Oh, I've got my budget and all that I got to consider, so I can't just skip to, like, the best of the best materials that blow the bank. Yeah, and the vibrations of a bridge or engineering frequency, partial differentials. Oh yeah. Well, it's like, they all have their pains that they all sit there and have to go through, you know, all these things again. Like, you got your list of requirements, you know, you've got all sorts of guardrail, or not guardrails, your limitations of what you're allowed to do and all that, so far as like, oh, I might be able to solve it doing this, but there's reasons not to. You know, and there's a lot of problem solving that goes into that. And like I said, for all of them, they have some stuff that's just very prescriptive that, you know, you make a sedan, and you made like 1,000 other sedans that are just like it, many iterations, and it works. Sure, there's going to be technical advancements in the engine for whatever engineers are working on the engine that, you know, maybe there has to be some adjustments and all that there. But, you know, you consider a lot of cars and you go year for year of the car and what changes. And they'll have a couple places that, you know, the previous model that after 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 miles proved to be a failure point in the vehicle. That they go, okay, well that door hinge, you know, proved to be a little bit of a problem on that last model. Let's rework that door hinge to make it a bit more durable than the last one. Or, oh hey, you know, there was this thing, we looked at it, and we may have overspec'd it a lot. And the reality is that just wasn't a point that we even saw meaningful wear, let alone, you know, failure. We can probably, you know, bring that back a little and bring the car, you know, bring the cost of making the car down a little bit. You know, whatever constraints, requirements they have. Like, I don't know car manufacturing, those considerations. But both of them, they'll usually come up with a model, they'll go through and they'll do all that stuff. There is some level of testing where it's physical or simulated, and then they'll go, okay, hang on, you know, we're not happy with this one. Let's, you know, take it back, rework these parts that aren't really hitting what we want. You know, all part of the engineering process where you iterate and iterate and iterate, and then eventually you commit to, like, you know, hey, this is feeling good. You know, and it's just the nature of what you're dealing with and how much iteration can happen, and how much testing can happen. The classic, when you're looking at, for example, rocketry, you get one go of the launch button, and you either did it right or you didn't. There's not much wiggle room in rocketry. When you say go, it either works or it doesn't work out. Which is why the amount of testing and the trial and erroring and the figuring things out and the rules behind pushing that go button, all that, is a very, very high bar versus, you know, for software in general, the go button not seen as that big a deal. To be fair, there is a lot of mentality around that I disagree with when it comes to the launching of software, and not, because you can typically fix things after the fact, and unfortunately it leads to some really poor quality work. Because it's not even on the software engineers either, it's usually on the higher ups. Because the, you know, software engineer will be like, hey, this isn't ready, I still need another 2 months, and the, you know, the powers that be said, well, it'd be strategically better for us to launch it this month, so we're gonna launch it this month. And you go, oh, well, that's not good. Hey Lanix, how's it going? Reason when it works, you did everything right. Reasons that didn't work, 1,000 at least. Each can go a little bit wrong. Yep. But yeah, so in a lot of ways, that lower barrier to fix things after the fact we have in, like, software development does lead to a lot of sloppy work. Just because, you know, we say, hey, to do this properly, I need 6 months, and then the CEO goes, okay, well, you got 3, and you're like, all right, maybe I didn't say that clearly, but I need 6. And they're like, yeah, but it's 3. And you go, oh, well, it's not going to be right then. It's going to be rushed. And you're just going to have to be okay with what you get. And he goes, yeah, well, I just need it in 3. It's like, all right, man. That's fine. We cannot test it properly because we just don't have the time or capacity. If that's what you really want. Makes me think of the old Dexter comic. I always forget his name, the lazy one, that he makes the comment, he goes, doomed projects are my favorite, because he just pulls out, you know, he pulls out his newspaper and starts reading instead, because there's just no point. And I think it's probably true of a lot of engineering stuff too, that a lot of us have worked on projects we knew had 0 chance of success, and you're still putting in the time going, you know what, at least on this project, if I don't put it my all, I don't feel as bad. Because I already know, like, I could already see the major gap in this thing that we're just not going to get past. The farm's going pretty good though. We got our first payout of silage, so we got our two first pieces of equipment, the silage roller and the silage leveler. So we got both of those. So those are going to be really good for us. We are starting to try and put together some money for a better tractor to get off this microscopic little tractor that can't do hardly anything. That should help us a great deal. I'm aiming for something with at least 150 horsepower. More is certainly better, but 150 horsepower is the minimum I need to run the seeder for the barley. And if I'm going to spend the time to buy a new tractor, I might as well buy a new tractor that is sufficient to do the job we need. The one I'm looking at is 230 horsepower for just shy of $90,000. Which would be nice and all that. But if I can catch something at a really good sale, I am down for it. The problem is right now I don't have any money to buy anything. But with the silage starting to come together, I'm still going to have to deal with compressing it. But my hope is between the leveler and the roller that I might be able to just go back and forth on it. We'll see. I might be putting myself into a terrible spot where I'm piling all the grass up from the outside. We'll figure that out, I guess. But my hope is to get that piled up enough that, like, the next time we uncover it, I get myself a cool, like, 30,000, 40,000. It'd also be good to get that so that at least takes long enough that I can mow the grass, drop it in, and that I wouldn't have, like, the grass, like, it would take that time to grow back between those two, like, when I drop it in and when I'm ready to retrieve it, so that it does effectively work like a harvest. It's just, 2-3 times a year as opposed to every day. Because another thing that'll work out really well for that is if we're able to get the McDon, then that'll let me take this part here, and I will be able to massively speed that up. Because the McDon, just that width on that mower is way bigger, and it's like almost not quite 3 times as fast. It's like 14 miles per hour versus this is about 5. So I'll be able to do a much bigger area, much higher speed. So that'll be where we just zip around real fast, get all those dropped, and that'll be picking it up will be the slow part. Which that's when we can improve pretty easily, because I can start, as I get the bigger tractor, it'll get easier to go up and down these hills. And then on top of that, it can be a thing that we ultimately would get a better foraging wagon or whatever. I'm not super worried about that part of it, because I'm not planning on doing silage forever. Like, right now, we're using it as an ends to a means, or means to an ends. But with the McDon, because it could do the regular crop to cut it down to, cut down, like, actual crop down to be threshed, then what I would be able to potentially do is we'd start saving up our money. Okay. We'd save our money with the intent on the other side to, words are hard, chat. To get the harvester, and that'd be, like, the big thing. And then once we get the harvester, the rest should be easy, because, like, the plow is cheap enough that even just doing the grass, I can probably afford a plow relatively quick. Backing you in is a little bit worse than I thought. Because you want to wibble wobble pretty hard. Which is probably stuff like just the tractor being so light. That's good enough. I have a feeling I'm gonna end up regretting this. I have a feeling this is a learning a lesson in the making. Where I'm piling all that kind of stuff up and that, I'm gonna have some difficulty flattening it out, but we'll see. My hope is between the leveler and the roller that the tractor will be balanced enough to work. I'm also kind of hoping that one of the benefits of the leveler is where I've been having that problem where, like, I start to drive the tractor over and it's like there's a bump in between the wheels. I just get stuck sitting on it because that's how I keep getting stuck. That because of the leveler, we'll get around that a great deal. If not, it is what it is. I'll have to figure it out. Level it after each trailer full. That honestly might not be a bad idea, because I am noticing how much that's mounding. I might literally try grabbing the leveler and the roller and getting a feel for how well it's going to work. So we'll grab this load, we'll bring it back and drop it, and then we'll just try and getting the leveler and the roller and seeing how horrible it is. I wish there was an easier way for me to tell that this is grown fully or not. Because those look the same to me, and the one I'm crossing now has never been mowed. With the with an actual field of grass, as opposed to just grass left here, we get a higher yield for our time. And also we could look at it and see that's like grown, harvested, like you'll get your status updates and whatnot. But you can get a much higher yield out of it. You can do the roller on it to increase the yield farther. I don't think we're gonna go hard into that end of it. Like for me, what ultimately if we were trying to just go the efficiency route for that, we would get I'd take literally what I've got in here, and I'd just get a bale, like a baler with a wrapper on the back as one machine, and that would just take care of it. But that's like 150,000 or some nonsense like that, and I don't think that's worth us saving up for it. Like at that amount of money, we should start being able to push the barley and have like an actual field crop. It also could be something that we do that we take the time to... That's not exactly how I should have done that, but that's fine. We also could take the time to make at least a greenhouse happen to have that as well. But then that comes down to the whole thing where it delays us again, because I would need to get the greenhouse, and even the smallest one is 9,000, that's worth building. I would need the $5,000 for the water trailer. I think it's actually closer to 6. I'd need a trailer to load the stuff up to sell it at peak season, most likely, or want one at least. And then on top of that, I would also need the forklift fronts to lift that up, which is another 10,000. But that's just the nature of everything here. Is everything costs money, and then just going, okay, but where's the money? Where should I be spending it? Like where's the spot that makes sense? And everything helps, like, in the sense, as long as it's not something that just sits there and rots, everything is the right answer. It's just there's answers that, are perhaps more right than others. Did I not have that down? What's going on? I think I just didn't have it down in that pass. Or turned on or something. So that was a waste of a pass. Because I could also argue just getting instead the other mower header, so it does 3 in 1 pass as long as it windrows it itself, could arguably be not a bad idea. I'm not going to. I feel like that arguably I've got just much better options then, but technically that would still benefit. All right. I am really looking forward to Dredge tomorrow. Like I said, I've heard nothing but good things, and that's from viewers, other creators, people completely uninvolved with anything. So, like, very, very genuinely, I've heard nothing but good things about Dredge. It's also one of the few games that came out that I'm mostly still in the dark about. Like, a lot of games that I didn't get the chance to really play or just didn't fit my wheelhouse or whatever, a lot of them just because I do keep in touch with a lot of other communities and being involved with them, and I've got other friends here on the platform that, I try to be present in their chat and supportive and all that, be a good friend as much as I'm able to. Which that, for those who are hanging out here, being like, oh man, Rual's calling me out not being a good friend. That's not where I'm going with that. I understand everyone's got their obligations and responsibilities, and I'm not saying not doing that makes you a bad friend or anything. You just do what you can to support your friends as able. And so it's just kind of one of those things that, sorry, I was moving stuff around, but it's one of those things that I try and do that. But it does mean some of the games that I didn't get a key for, but other people did, that I have had spoiled for me. This is a big field. It is a big field. It's not field mechanically as in how the game describes a field, but all that. And hey, Tai, sorry about. That's weird. So I actually had YouTube chat up the whole time, and it wasn't until I accidentally moved it that it refreshed and chat showed up. YouTube needs to get their stuff together. Because I've had people like, oh, I guess you just ignore YouTube chat. It's like, hey man, it's not my fault that YouTube doesn't work well. For their live stuff. Their recorded video, that's fine. But their live stuff, it is super unreliable. As much as we joke about Twitch twitching, YouTube is just barely functional a lot of times. All right. Let's go drop this off, and then we're going to try getting the leveler and the roller and see if this is even functional or if I've made an egregious error. Because we're in about $12,000-$13,000 on the equipment we added to this from the last time. So we'll see how bad this ends up being. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I'm gonna drop the mower head right here. And we're gonna try and back this in and drop it off. Close enough. And then we'll see if we do a quick pass with the roller and the leveler, how that goes. I'm going to try and keep as much of the grass actually in this thing as last time, because it definitely seemed like the grass that got out of there and became chaff, we lost a decent amount of value out of it. Now, granted, it wasn't much, so it was fine. We definitely came way out ahead. But the idea would be to limit the amount of chaff we produce. Alright. So, I don't know how this is going to go. I'm probably going to have to lower this so I don't slide everywhere. This is already not boding well. My back wheels are not really on the ground, as you're probably sort of able to discern from how cursed my turning is. Okay. So we're now balanced by sheer weight. The question is, Will this even work? I can actually steer all right. For what it's worth, I am steering pretty well right now. It's working just real slowly. So I do think the mashing it all into one spot may not be the ticket. Yeah, because it seems to just be heaping it up more and more in the middle. What happens if I lift it up? So it's like, gives me a slight incline the whole way. I definitely need more horsepower. Yeah, I'm just shoving it from one side to the other is what I'm doing. And remaking it into a big ramp. So it looks like the issue here. Can you drag the pile backward? Not that I've seen. Like, it does seem like it ultimately levels out, but it's about the time I would start getting to the top that I end up struggling. So let's try changing this up. We can raise the leveler, and I'm going to fold it just for my own ability to control anything. And let's try using the roller and shoving the roller behind us to try and compact it a little bit. To at least see if I can compact this at all. Alright. I mean, I still think this is better than what we're dealing with the first time. I think the issue is I tried this strategy of just shoving it really hard from one end to the other. The weird thing is I'm actually getting a good amount of percent just rolling this one little spot here. Yeah, no, I gotcha. No, I agree. So the problem is because I pile it up, I do have that ridge. The thing I'm running into is when I'm using the the leveler, it seems to push it all into a big ridge, and then it slowly flattens it out from there. And that's where I'm running into the problem. Is that I get that big ridge in there, and that I can't quite get over the ridge to do anything with it. I'm going to try and shove this onto the stuff I've leveled it out, because I'm also curious if I do it that way, will it, like, backtrack progress? Because it says we're at compacting 22%. The percent's going all over the place. Alright. So yeah, so I think the leveler's good, and I think the roller's good. I think it's just we're still back at the tractor is just not really adequate for what we're trying to do. But weirdly, it did seem like it was bumping up the percent more and more. It also seems like this does work really well. And interestingly, our compacting stayed up when we did that. Okay. This might be fine. This might actually be totally fine. Because, weirdly, it seems like I can just keep rolling the same place, and it will gradually compact it, and then I can just shove it towards the middle, and it seems to maintain that percentage. Yeah, no, tractor's absolutely without question underpowered for this. So weirdly, that might just work. So we can go ahead and we will drop this. We can inch forward. We can drop this. That way in the future I don't have to do the weird slippy slide all over the place just to grab those. So yeah, so I think we're fine if I keep putting stuff in there. And honestly, it might even be okay if I keep doing what I was doing. Because it doesn't look like with this calculation compacting, it's not like I have to go, oh, there's the fluffy spot that's not compacted. It genuinely looks like as long as I'm putting weight and just rolling, I can just kind of roll over the same area. Okay, that's weird. Okay, you didn't miss the potato? Nope, you got a couple of hours still till the potato starts. I believe we've got, was it 3 more hours? Because I know Italics had a segment that is 5 hours long. A big part of that is last year Italics was like one of the people who brought in the most money. Like last year Italics was absolutely absurd with the amount of money they brought in to the hot potato. But that was, Italics did a lot last year. It'd be a very high bar to try and beat. Check one thing and just refresh that page. But yeah, a year before that, had all those milestone videos about both years. Yeah. I mean, I just looked at the amount it's gone up. I think it's gone up almost $7,000 since Italic started. So, regardless, still one of the biggest draws. But yeah, no, it's different situation, different years, and all that. But still doing really, really solid. Better, like, more than I'm expecting to raise. I'll say that much. Like, I would love to hit. I set my initial milestone to 1,000. That's actually what I'm expecting to hopefully hit. But I added a bunch of stretch goals, and I didn't see that changed my overall goal to the stretch goals amounts. And so I was kind of like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it at those. But like my goal is if I can raise $1,000 myself, I'm happy. And even if it's less than that, that's fine too. It is one of those things with charity streams, you really, really never have a clue. It's the same thing with streamathons. I've had streamathons that I was like, you know what? Like, you know, it's a tough time right now. People are a little hurting money-wise. It's not like a good timing year-wise. You know, I'll do it because, like, you know, it's around like the channel, like the partnerversary or my birthday or whatever. Like whatever the event is for. You know, not expecting a lot, you know, kind of setting yourself like to have realistic expectations, and then chat just blows it out of the water beyond all expectations. And then there's other times like, okay, it's a good time, I got some great lineup, I've got everything prepared, we're good, this should be a good one, and it'll fall flat, and it's just like, you know what? These things are completely unpredictable. And that's like not a negative on chat, it's just there's so many variables that you cannot control for, you can never really know one way or the other what to expect. We definitely need to get the mowing part of this sped up. Hey, Chili Cheese Burritos, how's it going? That comparison isn't really fair though. He has a way larger community. It's so hard memeing and hyping and already giving much to a handful of people. Oh yeah, no. I am not being like, maw, I can't keep up, maw. It's nothing like that. That's the reason why it's like there's no way I can reasonably compete with that. It is just different scopes we're dealing with. And that doesn't bother me at all. And you'll just have times that it just, you know, whatever your redeems are, your milestones, your incentives just don't hit the same, and that happens. You can't plan for it. But to give you an idea on the milestones, I had a discussion with him like right before stream because like, man, I need something for a higher dollar milestone, and I was like, would you rather like I shave my head or dye my hair? And she was like, dye your hair. She was like, I enjoy your hair. Please don't, like, you know, obviously for charity she would be supportive. It's like, but if it's between the two, dye your hair. I figured the shave the head might bring in more money because it's a more extreme thing in my book. I also have a lumpy head, so I think dye the hair is the right choice for other reasons. We had I was having the conversation with Drongo one time, like, you know, he had made this decision, not making it, like, I didn't know Drongo before he shaved his head, but while he was in the progress of making that decision and all that, one of the fears before you shave your head, and this is true of pretty much anyone who shaved their head bald, is you don't typically see what your head looks like bald until you do it. And there are a lot of people out there who the bald look does not work for them. And then there are some that absolutely just rock it. And it was one of those things, it's like, you know what? He looks good bald. I've done buzz cuts, so I've gone really close to bald before, and I've got a lumpy head. I got one little lump right in the middle. So feeling that the grass isn't grown as much as it could be, I'm getting that feeling too. So I cut it in waves the last time, and so I think we've reached the point where I've missed the wave. Like I'm on the other end of it. So I'm not gonna bother trying to compress and cover. Well, okay. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe what we do here is I take the tractor. First of all, let's ditch this real fast so I'm not fighting with it. We drop this in here. and we take the time to compress it and cover it. We put in what we've got in here, we take the time to cover and compress it. And then, does that include eyebrows and facial hair? No, not really. Man, when people shave their head entirely bald and their facial hair and eyebrows, that's a weird look. I understand people genuinely have good reasons for it. You know, people are dealing with health stuff that, you know, their hair thins and recedes and all that. And so, like, any of their hair there ends up looking not great. And so I can appreciate that there's reasons for people to do it. But, like, just doing it to do it, it's like, man, that is one that I would not do myself. But, you know, obviously people dealing with health stuff are dealing with health stuff. It is what it is. So I think what we do is we get that set up, we cover it, we do not mow any grass between when we cover this up and we get the results. And then when we get the results, that's when we pop in here and go from there. Actually, let's weirdly enough, when I lift and lower this, it does not update the icon up there. Yes, let's worry about compacting that. And get that fully compacted and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so even with this being a bit cursed from the lack of horsepower, we are still getting like 3, 4, and 5% rolling this back and forth, versus people remember the first time where it's blasting across the whole thing again and again, and is only getting about 1% of the stuff there. I'm also noticing as I'm compacting, it is slowly pushing it forward. So I'm getting more and more surface area to work with. Got stuck there for a moment. Drive till the top lever is folded and start leveler there. It seems like the leveler pushes everything into kind of a mass spot. Yeah, so you see, like, wherever I am, it makes a mound. And pushes it along the way. So I still think the leveler is good. Just not what I'm dealing with right now. I believe it's just exclamation mark HP. If you're looking for like the donation link, it's just donate. All right. I want to see who has it. Italics. Italics has it right now. So I'm just going to lift it up because I'm getting pretty close to the edge. I'm going to take it to the other side and start leveling it because I don't want to push it out the edge where it turns into chaff as opposed to the actual grass and silage and all that. But yeah, so I think once we get the bigger tractor, this will get way better. You're doing a super early check-in. I'm assuming you're already ready for your spot. Speaking of HP things. Gotcha. Yeah, no, if you're my spotter, then yeah. Literally all I need to do to be ready is just turn off my normal alerts. And I've got them all in their separate category. It'll take me like 2 seconds to just go, no. And then switch my scene from this scene over to that scene. And then we will be good to go. So I should be all pop, all good. I'll probably still say something in the roll call just so you know. Very genuinely, like, we've got people on the Halcyon team who are also like keeping an eye on things. That way, if we have to engage emergency protocols, i.e. someone's stream goes down or someone sits there and says, hey, I can't make it, car accident or like something like that, we can immediately intervene and be like, all right, we have this opening that we're not ready for. Okay, my backups, who can step in real fast, like that kind of thing. All right, that's proving to be more than it's worth. Let's go back to our side. I'm gonna just take the leveler and shove this initial edge that's starting to get too close to the outside. I'm gonna shove it back just a little bit. I don't want to do it too much where you get like a whole other pile going on. Alright. We'll get all this sorted with the plan of hopefully getting the grass fully grown up to a higher volume. So we're getting more mileage out of it. So as we roll that over, it does level it out a little bit with the roller. Alright, almost 60%. Yeah, still better than what we were dealing with before, but if I can get that better tractor, that'll go a long ways. Alright. Because it'll also help in the sense that by the tractor weighing more in its own right, it'll help compact things, plus it'll make it so I don't get thrown around nearly as much with these other things. And I'm trying to go farther back. I'm just dealing with the problem that the roller, I'm getting stuck. I'm not sure if it's a leveler beaching itself on the, I think it's the leveler's beaching itself on the front there. But if I drop the leveler, I'm unbalanced too much and then my front tires aren't down anymore. Alright, we're at 70%. Yeah. Plus also, with a bigger tractor with the bigger wheel wells and all that, or bigger wheels, it'll have me a little bit more off the ground. That should give me better clearance, so I shouldn't beach the tractor nearly as easily as we already are. 80%. Yeah, so it is interesting that, like, literally I can ignore the entire rest of this and just go back and forth in this spot till it's at 100% and be like, that's compact, right? That's how compacting things work, is you just keep pressing the same spot and everything around it also gets compressed. And I'm trying to deliberately avoid that stuff in the end there so I don't accidentally push it out. Alright, about to hit 90%. Yeah, so there's 90%. I do wonder how full you can actually get this. Like, what constitutes when it's actually full. And that should put us at 95%. And then, like I said, we'll cover it up. We'll let it start fermenting. And I won't bother with doing anything else with the more mowing until it's fully fermented. Like the day it's fully fermented, I won't do the thing where, okay. Oh, no, wait. And 100%. Alright, so with that, we can fold you up, lift you, get this to our side, drive just a little ways forward to get away from that. Cool. We have 66,000, so if it's anything like that last time, that 66,000 should put us somewhere in the ballpark of around like 10, 11, 12,000 there. So that'll be good. I'm going to go ahead and service the tractor and all this stuff real quick, and we can go ahead and get all that sorted out. Why are you struggling? Nothing's lowered. Alright. But yeah, so then we'll end up advancing a day or two. Until it's all fermented. Unless I see, like, something really, really that we want for sale. If I see something that we really want for sale that we can just, you know, make it happen by mowing some grass, you know, a couple rounds of grass or whatever to fill in the last bit, obviously I'll be 100% opportunist. So there's the 100 for you, 25 for you, 200 for you. Alright. So again, check the store. Levelers are used to move chaff and silage and level heaps in silos. Nowhere near our budget. We already have a leveler for a tractor that's about the right size. That's fine. So let's sleep to advance a day. And we'll see how far the silage comes along with that. Silage, not silage, silage. So I would suspect this thing is going to be like 50-ish%. %. Quite a bit farther than that. The only thing here is the wood cutting tree. I am going to go ahead and just advance the day again to let the grass grow more. And then we can sell the silage, do that, and we'll see what we can go ahead and try to make happen. Go 10,000, that does potentially give us some options. Yeah, so it's 76 bucks. That is a cultivator, which would be nice. That is a cheap planter for the vegetables. Nothing that we're looking at right now, though. Because, like, I could definitely make any of those happen, but I don't think any of those we care about. Alright. So with this, what we're supposed to be able to do now is using stuff like the leveler and all that. I am supposed to be able to uncover the end of this. And I'll drop the mower. And I'm gonna just try and shove the stuff here. And then the hope will be that this will open up the whole thing. Because it did pile this one way higher than the other one. Because it definitely feels like the leveler here ultimately just shoves stuff into a pile and then starts leveling, which, you know, that's fine and all. Gotcha. I just gave it a little nudge, and that's all it took to make it open up the next one. So let's drop this off for a moment. Yeah, so it seems like really all I have to do is just nudge it enough that it reaches the next area. And that's enough. That's pretty annoying. Okay. I'm just trying to, like, desperately wiggle back and forth to hopefully level it out enough that I can bring the foraging wagon up more. Hey, Chitemma, how's it going? Alright, so it should pick up silage behind us. As we slowly move the wave of silage forward. All right. Yes, like I said, we definitely need to improve our tractor situation, because this is where I have the big concern, is where, like, this is all piling it up into one massive mound. That seems to be my big problem with the leveler. It just seems like mash into one giant mound, which makes it way harder to do anything with it. Which is fine. I feel like that's really good for filling the thing up. But without more horsepower, then I have problems climbing the hill I make. It doesn't seem to do anything when I pull it backwards. I've tried dragging it backwards, it doesn't seem to manipulate the terrain. It's like, it's lowered now. Right now I'm stuck, so... Raised, lowered again. Yeah, so I pull it backwards, and you notice it doesn't seem to impact the terrain at all. And then the issue is the moment I start going forward again like this, it starts with the process and piles it. So that's an issue where our tractor's lack of horsepower is really getting in our way. Okay, well, I'm gonna go for a different strategy. Back of the loader. What I was going to try and do is a strategy of backing this up, getting some speed, and then just slamming into it full speed. See if I can't just ramp up it a little. No, we strike with the leveler too fast. I can try backing it up. I don't think it'll back, because the problem is the loader loads from the front. So loads like right between the tractor and the loader is the loading spot. So let's try dropping off the leveler entirely. Ditch that extra weight. Let me get a running start, and I'm just going to try slamming into the pile. And then the hope is that I have enough momentum, the loader gets there, it scoops up a bunch of stuff, and then we'll see how it goes. Except the loader does not let me move very fast while it's deployed. And raising and lowering that does nothing. Yeah, so I'm beached real properly up here this time. Okay. So what's gonna have to happen is I am gonna have to reset the tractor. We do not want to reset the other thing though. If I reset the trailer, it loses everything. So we detach from the trailer. And we gotta just try shoving this real fast. And try and do it. We'll try backing it up there. I don't think this will work. I think we'll just get stuck on it, but that's okay. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly how I expected that to go. Alright. That's probably fine. So let's go ahead and reset that again. So I do think if I go to the other side with the leveler, I might be able to just shove the silage down On that side? Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought. I need this as the counterweight. And so my hope is if I shove from the other side, I can potentially make that ridge move forward. And that might let me start working it there. I can probably just uncover you. You're harvesting again? Yep. Yeah, so see how it kind of pushes into a pile, and what happens is you slowly climb the pile, and the idea is eventually you should get over the top of it, and at which point it's leveling. But in practice, because of how little horsepower this mower has, I can't quite get to the point where I'm getting over it. I eventually just beach. But for real, they're just sitting on a combine. But my hope is, if I can get this to go far enough, I might be able to level it out enough that I can get our trailer to be able to get over the top of it. Because we did manage to remove a decent amount. This is looking very encouraging. Okay, so if I can get to that trailer, I think I can knock it down the other side there. And once I can knock it down, if I pick up from this side, I think we'll be okay. Alright. I really need to get a bigger tractor. Okay. So I just need to manage to maneuver it out of here. Because that is full. Alright. So that will be another one. Yeah, so that's what I was hoping, because like it does seem like the leveler will work well once I've got more horsepower. Because the big issue is I push it up to a point, it gets that big pile, and then the tractor just gets stuck, and it just spins its wheels. And then there's nothing I can do. Once it's there, it stops advancing. Whereas if I had a higher horsepower tractor, my assumption is I could keep pushing a little bit more before I would hit that. And it's probably enough. How much is a 150 horsepower tractor you're talking about? I know in 22, there was a 100 horsepower tractor that I remember being fairly cheap. And I remember grabbing that one almost every single run. Because it started out with like whatever the crappiest, littlest nothing, like I think it was like 15, 20 horsepower, whatever. Let's see, you use a front end loader for pushing the crop in the storage shed. Alright, so that should be at least like 1,600 for us, 1,800. $1,900, so a little bit underestimated, about 19,500. What time is your hot potato? It starts, I believe, at midnight my time, so from the time it is now, which is just coming up on 10, I believe I have 2 more hours till my part of the hot potato, which then goes for 4 hours. If my math is correct. Yeah. Which you should never trust my math. Same for you? Oh no, I remember. I'm just saying broadly, you should never trust my math. Like, I'm good at math and I can sit there and write stuff down, but when I'm just napkin mathing it in my head, you should never trust my math. Especially streaming where I've got like 10 other things going on at all times. Not exactly what I was aiming for, but okay. Come on, keep giving me friction on that wall. Yeah, and the problem is just how heavy that gets. And as they pull it in, it becomes more and more of a ridge. Well, I was hoping to shove it. Let's see, that was a random coincidence yesterday. You just watched for the farming, but found another hot potato. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of overlap. So a lot of us play similar games. So like, I know FG Squared has been playing a lot of Farm Sim and a lot of that. You, I believe, were in Ultrasaurus's channel. Same deal. Like, you'll find a lot on Twitch that there tends to be a lot of overlap, that if a person plays, you know, 2 games, there's probably a lot of others that play those same 2 games. Come on, you keep getting real close. Yeah, for the record, FG Squared is a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Both me and her are on the team that is actually running the hot potato. Ultrasaurus isn't on our team, but is a very, like, a friend of the team. Like, pretty much the vast majority of our members are friends with Ultra. You know, FG had their turn, or her turn on the hot potato already. That was the thing that did occur. I'm gonna try and do the leveler again. Watching people play Farm Sim while farming in real life gets through long hours. Gotcha. The overlap has surprised you a bit? Yeah, no, but I mean, when you look at a lot of it, if you could dump the contents to get unstuck, maybe, to knock down the ridge a bit, I could, but then I want to pick up the contents again. So I'm not sure. Like, that might be not a bad idea. But I feel like being stuck, I'll just make one giant heap and, like, the other spot behind it. So let's try going here since the volume's a lot less. Yeah, so I definitely just really, really need to go and get this to where, we've got a higher horsepower tractor. So dealing with this gets way easier. Because it's definitely worth doing, tripling the value of that grass just about. But at the same time, as you can see, because of equipment woes, getting it to play nice is not really going great. All right, let's try that. You like the wheel blocks on the wheel when it's up in a wheelie? Yep. Or up in the air. Come on, you're right there. Just get over the ridge. Okay, that'll work. That's good enough. I can work with that. Because part of the thing is it's a full trailer, so again, horsepower. If I had a tractor, you know, sitting here with 300-400 horsepower, I could probably just shove it around and make it work anyways. Alright. I'm trying to think of what the cheapest we can get away with the tractor. So we have this tractor here that's only 75. Oh, actually, you know what? What would it cost me to give you the higher horsepower? Only $3,000? Oh no, so it's $21,000 for the big engine, the 112. Ah, yeah, we don't want to do the 3,000. It's only 6. Alright, so it's $21,000 for that. I mean, $21,000 at that point, we might as well wait for a tractor to come on sale. But technically, we can upgrade this to get it to like 100-some horsepower. Still not as high as I need to be able to run the seeder for when you go to do the barley. What are the John Deere 8Rs worth? John Deere 8R. I have no idea what tractor that is. Is that a big tractor? Because if that is, then I can't do that. There's the 6R series, which is 182. So you can buy 230 for horse. Yeah. That's actually what we're trying to save up for, is that one there. That's the same one I had in my other save. The thing is, I've got right now about 7,500. Yeah, so we gotta save up, but that's where we're at, is just trying to save up. If we end up selling this tractor, that's the question, is what would you even be worth if I were to sell you right now? 27. So we'd be able to get to about 35,000 right now, which is nowhere near adequate. Because we are doing a challenge where I'm not allowed to take loans or leases or anything else like that, which is why we're enduring this situation. But what we should be able to do is things go pretty well pretty soon. If I can get a decent amount of money out of this, either A, we get lucky and something better goes on sale, and at which point we snag it. I was not expecting you to fill up that fast. Alright, I mean, I'm down. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and load that up as much as we can and make that happen. Which, as a reminder, we are doing the hot potato in about 2 hours. You got rained out. Harvest is over today. Gotcha. Yup. All right. Drop you off. Just taking a peek at how the hot potato is going. Italics is killing it. Um, I think it is very realistic that we could potentially break 100,000 this time, which would feel fantastic. Because that's those ones that feels like it's just such an amazing thing. What's your crop? Grass. Well, I mean, I guess technically silage, because we are early game. We are doing a challenge run that is highly limiting on my finances. We will get to crops. Like, we're going after barley first because we rolled the dice to see there. Oh, sorry, in Australia. I'm assuming you're talking to, you're grateful the farm doesn't have tornadoes here in Australia? Gotcha. From what I've heard from others, canola's a pretty popular crop in, Australia. I mean, they obviously grow way more in canola, but I've heard there's a decent amount of canola grown in Australia. Let's try this again. We still got a pretty big ridge there. Why are you not picking that up? We have to just gun it from the other side, and then we'll probably have to do the leveler to clean it up again so I can actually get over it. But I'm hoping we can only get up to about 11 miles per hour with this deployed. I'm hoping with that we'll still have enough speed to like get over that ridge. Start pulling into this thing. I'm not super confident because 11 miles per hour is not very fast. And I'm proven wrong. You got it, pumpkin pie? Excellent. Pumpkin pie is pretty solid. To be honest, I'm not much of a pie person. Like, I can go for stuff like key lime pies and that, but I'm not super big on pie. Like, there's definitely some pies I enjoy and all that. Cookies, dipping your cookies in tea? No. Yeah. Whipped cream is also good. And thank you for everyone hanging out tonight. Really do appreciate it. Canola is among the lower paying crops per your surface area, according to your tests, right? Yes, that would yes. I didn't word it way that, but that would be true, because it was the profit margin is what I was going by for the crops. The only one I know is wrong on my tests is peas are no longer accurate in my test because with the last update they did change the value of peas and I have not redone the test with them. So peas in theory should be worth more than what they are now, or they should be worth more now than when I tested. I had them in 9th place. I don't know where they land. So they are 9th place or better for the peas. But otherwise, all the rest should be fine. So it's nice to see that we're over 10,000 again. And this time we don't have any like really cheap quick buys that we need. We are looking for that. Let's see, what was the profit margin in that case? Profit divided by investment. So basically what I did, for practice reasons, is... Oh, you got caught with ads? I'll mention after the ads. Ads just know when a question's been asked. They can smell it. Like, you hear everyone being able to, like, sense someone's fear. The ads can sense questions. Well, that was fast. Definitely wouldn't complain about it. There we go. But, so the way I did the profit margin was, for the setup and everything, I've got OBS where I can't see it. Where you got the setup is I basically made a field, and I took the time, I plowed the field, de-stoned the field, limed the field, did all that stuff, and then I, like, made a backup of the save with everything ready, and then I put down the seeds, and then, you know, like, once I got the seeds taken care of, I would do the fertilizer and, you know, rolling and everything appropriate. So what would end up happening is start from the beginning and the end, and I would go, how much did I spend in gas? How much did I spend in maintenance? How much did I spend in seeds? How much did I spend in fertilizer? How much did I spend in there's something else. I didn't use herbicide. I used the hoe, but
Thank you Midland102 for gifting a sub to Infinity Simplex.
And thank you, Midland, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Infinity Simplex. Infinity Simplex, you now get yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want it or not. So thank you again, Midland, for that. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel that way, so thank you. But yeah, so it was one of those things that I would then take, you know, again, the gas, the maintenance, the seeds, the fertilizer, all of that stuff, and that was what I considered my expense. And then I would turn around and I would take the amount of money I made after I harvested, and that would be my profit. And most of the expense was honestly the maintenance more than anything. Like the maintenance was the lion's share of the expense. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And like it basically just aligned almost perfectly with if I compared the money before and after. Not sure if it's worth cutting grass yet. Could be better to sleep. Yeah, no, I'm not planning on cutting the grass right now. It's very clearly not grown in. Like the far end might be grown in, but I just want to sit there and be like, yeah, let's just move, try and make sure we're getting the full grass. Because whether I'm getting half as much grass or the full amount of grass, the amount of labor I put into it is consistent. Yeah, so basically absolute profit for that whole field. Yes. So technically, there's a couple of things that you could do different that would throw the numbers off, but they'd probably be, you know, reasonably close. So there are going to be some things that by scaling up the size of your field, it should remain mostly consistent, but there is the possibility that your mileage might vary a little bit based on that. Also, what equipment you use is likely to impact things as well, because if you use much smaller equipment that maybe is a little bit more efficient on the maintenance, you know, stuff like if you use a medium tractor for a job that a medium tractor is, you know, perfectly adequate, generally your maintenance will be lower than if you use a giant tractor. How much does your next tractor cost? The one we were looking at is 90,000, but it is one of those things, like if I caught one of these ones at a pretty good sale, probably not that one, but if I caught a tractor at a pretty good sale, then I would end up getting that other tractor instead. Alright, so we do have rain. Now, we can look here at the grass I haven't mowed there, and you can still distinctly see a line of this is unmowed, that is mowed. So we're not going to go ahead and mow this yet. Plus it's hailing. So we can let that grass grow a little bit more. Let's see, in a Twitch Prime membership, you don't get ads unless you have mobile to watch as anonymous. Yeah, you have, it's Twitch Turbo is the thing that lets you get rid of ads. It's like $15, $16 a month, whatever it is. Okay, we're close. We're not quite there. It's looking a little bit scraggled, but we're not quite fully grown. All right. Okay. So I believe that's that we can't run it anyways. It's 120 horsepower. I was going to sit there and be like, I believe that is the pairing lawnmower for what we've got, but in this particular case, we're better off advancing to the next month. We're just waiting for that grass to grow, and then we're gonna get the grass and just get as much as we can. Really, really heap on the silage. I am tempted to get a greenhouse going as well, just so you know we're making money every month. Because that we don't have enough for it, but we're pretty close. Yeah, let's go over here and see if I can spot the seam there, because that where I'm at might also be. Yeah, so I don't see the seam here, so it looks like we might be fully grown. Yeah, we might be fully grown now. Because some of it is like, that spot I didn't mow. It's just the way they made the map. There are some spots that just kind of make it look that. Because you gotta watch that the house there isn't perfectly level. So it's got where that little ridge. That's just because of the nature of how we had the house. Alright. Yeah. No, it used to be back in the day that Twitch Prime gave you ad previewing. Then that went away. And it got separated out into its own thing called Twitch Turbo. And what Prime gets you these days, it lets you get a free sub. I mean, free as in you've already paid for Prime. But it lets you get a free sub to one channel per month. And it doesn't auto-renew, just to be clear. So if you got Twitch Prime and you haven't renewed in the last 30 days or whatever it is, you've got a sub that you could use in someone's channel. Don't forget to use it. You're already giving Bezos your money, so you might as well get your money's worth out of it, whether you use it here or somewhere else. Thank you the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because like I know I, for instance, miss my Twitch Prime sub quite often because it's super easy to lose track of it, and very genuinely, you know, I like to try and use it on friends of the channel. I try it like. I don't put on any one person's channel. I'll try and float that around between channels, because as much as I'd love to support all of my, you know, all the friends I've made in streaming, like, I got a whole bunch of them, and I just don't have enough money. This is way better. In this lap alone, we're already looking at around probably 40% or so. Your Twitch Prime is scripted for 5 different streamers. Oh, you've got, like, some software to, like, automatically renew it? I honestly wish they just gave us the option to auto-renew it. I know why they don't, but I also don't like why they don't. Because as far as it's concerned, they can make a little bit of money if you forget to use it. Oh, they were separate for a while, and then it, you know, cut into their revenue too much, so they separate again. Jeff is nice enough to remind you that your Twitch Prime sub is available by hitting you with ads the very second it expires. The worst thing is you'll know your Twitch Prime sub is expiring that day, but it won't let you use it yet, because, like, it's still technically valid. And so you'll have, like, in the middle of the day, it will expire, and then you'll get hit with ads and be like, ah, crap. I've seen that happen to a lot of people. That there isn't some, like, cushion between the expiration. It's just, like, timestamp, so unless you're, like, sitting on it. Yeah, and it does act as a reminder for you. You get hit with a round of ads, you go, ah, dang it. And as a reminder, sometimes when you get gifted a sub, you need to, like, refresh your browser. That sometimes it doesn't, like, Twitch, for whatever reason, it doesn't recognize that you do have that sub. And it's not something malicious on their end. It probably loads all stuff in advance and isn't really good at updating what it's got loaded to reflect change in status during the middle of the stream. It's set to auto-renew through software controllers, and it renews based off a randomly drawn number. So you hit a button, and it chooses for me and subs. Neat. I admittedly would not put that much effort into it. It's cool, but I also definitely be the kind of person who's like, I'll just click and do it. Let me consider that pull for a purpose. Like, we're literally sitting where I'm gonna drop it off. Try not to heap it all in one place, but I also don't want to spill it out the far side. Alright. Took you 3 days to code and debug issues? Yeah, no, it doesn't sound like it'd be the worst thing in the world. The one thing about those kind of stuff is because I'm assuming you have to like hook the various controls on the browser and all that. Because I can't imagine they have that accessible in the API. Which means, you know, anytime Twitch changes their web layouts or the name of the controls or anything like that, all of it just goes up in flames. Which, granted, all that means you just have to search for, like, the new thing and be like, okay, instead of looking here and grabbing this control and hit that. Truly wishing your 3D printer issues were as easy as programming a script. To pirate the API. I mean, it's an API. If it's publicly exposed, it's exposed. That'd be like supposedly pirating radio by having tuned into an open frequency. Unless you're doing shenanigans in regards to messing around with access that you shouldn't have, but that doesn't sound like anything what's going on there. You never heard of pirate radio? I've heard of pirate radio. But pirate radio is more broadcasting on unauthorized frequencies and that kind of stuff. Or otherwise accessing unauthorized frequencies. But if I'm broadcasting in completely open radio and all that, and you just jump in and listen, I mean, that's no different than me taking a private conversation and yelling it into a microphone and you hearing it. It's like, well, I mean, you were just putting it out there, so it's not really a whole thing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You're talking about rebroadcasting. That's a separate thing. Like, if I was taking Twitch's API and then putting my own middle layer between Twitch's API that you could then access and do a whole thing, that's a separate issue. Listening to police band is allowed. Speaking on police band is not allowed. That's fair. That's a fair comparison where it could be. But my bigger thing is, like, if Twitch's API, if they have that publicly accessible and they don't have that locked down, that's them problem. That's like that's literally them just doing bad security if that's the case. Now, it's one thing if they have the API and it's got all sorts of, you know, stuff going on it to secure and all that. But if I have the function to be able to follow a channel and then I instead take the publicly exposed API with my own credentials and I follow the channel, if someone says unauthorized computer access, like, dude, literally I did the exact same thing you give me the function to. You wouldn't, like, you would be fine. Like, the courtroom may not have a clue any of the words you just told them, but all that stuff. Let's see, their API was encrypted, but they removed that encryption in order for OBS to work. Yeah, I mean, when you're saying encrypted and what means, like, I mean, there's obviously, like, HTTPS and that kind of stuff, but ultimately, oh, no, I could see that you, well, no, because you'd still be sending the signal, unless they put some, like, extra layer that the message of the signal would be encrypted and decrypted. That'd be a really weird choice to do, though, because I can't imagine they'd use a very strong encryption on something like that because of the CPU overhead. But I mean, HTTPS, you'd be more worried about stuff like, or sorry, with encryption over the communication, be more worried about like man-in-the-middle attacks. You know, if I'm sitting on my end and my machine is calling their API or whatever, that'd be a thing. But yeah, no, if they made it publicly available for stuff like OBS, it's still open. It doesn't matter the why it's open. If it's open, it's open. Like, yeah, 8-bit encryption. Yeah, it's like 8-bit encryption is basically nothing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Just slapping some encryption on it and going, it's good. Sure, actually, encryption can add a layer of security. You're not wrong. It's not a bad thing. Now, granted, 8-bit is basically utterly useless. You know, I'm willing to bet I could put, like, I could take probably a literal potato, put 2 little diodes into it, and use it as a battery and power something able to beat 8-bit encryption. It wouldn't be great, and it would stink real bad as the potato gets cooked from being used as a battery, but 8-bit encryption is utterly useless by modern standards. Considering nowadays, even stuff like 128-bit encryption it's probably okay. It's not terrible, but it's probably okay. But 8 is nothing. I'm willing to bet you could defeat 8-bit encryption without even using a computer, as long as you had a way to like write stuff down and challenge it. Just remember, you need copper and zinc nails to get power out from a potato. Yep. I'm exaggerating on the potato being able to solve it. But yeah, no, 8-bit encryption is, by modern standards, and modern being like the last 25, almost 30 years, pretty much utterly useless. It's just not high enough. Well, that's a problem. I'm engine forward. There we go. So I'm going to quickly go here. And just snipe off the edge here. So that again, I can turn this around a lot easier. All right. That's fine. Okay, so we're still hurting on this whole thing of needing to mow the whole time, but with the silage, we're getting way more money for our effort. What I'm trying to do right now is just get a fairly full silage trough to get ourselves better options. We are getting like random rollers and mulchers and all that showing up, which isn't bad. We just the next purchase is gonna have to be a tractor. That's our current pain point. That'll prepare us for the barley, and it'll get us in a better position here. Let's see, 56-bit encryption, DES, was getting obsolete 30 years ago. Hence, they agreed on AES, but AES 128 bits is straining the word security. And there are still low-power home automation devices using 64-bit encryption. Right, and so the whole point is where it's like 8-bit encryption, like, why bother? Like, you know, at that point, why bother? Literally useless. All right. Yeah, so the bigger tractor will give us options. But considering right now, even just filling up a couple of goes, I'm getting like 10. That was sloppy. Getting like 10,000-ish out of the silage thing. I'm unfamiliar with what a Baghdad battery is. I know they've made batteries out of like mason jars as well. That was a whole thing, that there apparently were very old school batteries that it was just, I can't remember what it was. They had something in the mason jar. Well, I should say mason jar. Something in a clay pot. Basically a voltaic cell from 3,000 years ago. We're probably okay, so literally we're talking the same thing. I just didn't know the name for it. But yeah, so it's like there was some substance in a mason jar, and then you basically had connection points to it. And I don't really, like, it was a chemical, a voltaic battery, the voltaic cell. So voltaic cell, if I'm not mistaken, that's solar. Well, no, solar would be photovoltaic. This would probably be a chemical voltaic. You assume it's from the Babylonian Empire? That's my guess. I don't know. I remember it was one of those things that, like, back in the day, obviously they didn't really have an understanding of, like, electricity to make lights and all sorts of stuff. So much as they found they could make a thing that, you know, you'd get a sensation from it. All right. Cool. It was just remembered a clay jar with a copper cylinder and an iron rod. Yeah, I was trying to remember, weren't they using it religious purposes? Not necessarily quite accurate, but like it was seen as spiritual. So it wasn't like a religious icon or something like that, so much as a whole thing that, you know. This is the Ark of the Covenant was actually just a voltaic cell. And touch the angles, it gave you a shock. Yeah. That's what I thought. It was like, it wasn't necessarily like the strong religious symbolism so much as along the lines of just, you know, you had something and you couldn't explain why it gave you a mild zappy zap. You know, and this is a time when anything you could not explain was of the gods. And don't get me wrong, and if I didn't have an understanding of the universe and I solar eclipse, I would assume it was some kind of omen. because when you've seen like a proper like full eclipse in real life, if I was someone who didn't understand, you know, much about astronomy or whatever, I would be going, why did everything suddenly get cold like 10, 20 degrees nearly instantly and it get really dark when it's not supposed to? And all the animals stop making noise. Oh yeah. No, you'd be literally thinking it's like, oh, the world's ending. It's like, what's happened? Like if you didn't have spiritual beliefs before that, you probably picked them up. Because it's a very human thing to need an understandable explanation for stuff. And in the absence of having what you need to understand them for real, because, you know, telescopes and all that wouldn't be around for a while, you fill the gap with other things. Why are you not folding that? That's fine. All right. Yeah, I think we get back to backing it in. Because I am finding it's like, oh, you know, the first pass is able to probably shove that in there. So I don't think we go and like roll it as we go. We just keep shoving that in there until I start having problems getting more in there, and then we use the thing to just push it as far back in as we can. And repeat it that way. But in the interim, I just take this, I ram it into the pile that's there. And then dump it. Man, a lot of stuff like solar eclipses, you're like, you know why these people have these beliefs? Because they looked at that and they're like, I don't even know where to start. It's also interesting when you look at the timeline of, you know, learning things like with the sciences and all that, you know, astronomy and everything like that, that a lot of those things ended up getting discovered multiple times. Because you'd have, you know, like Galileo discover a whole bunch of things, and a bunch of the knowledge would get lost, and, you know, independently a separate group would make the same discovery later, and then maybe that's the knowledge that stays, or, you know, someone would discover something got lost in some, you know, random library, and no one is, like, going through and checking these books and everything. And then, you know, thousands of years later, someone finds the book. I mean, probably hundreds of years later. Hundreds of years, someone finds the book and like, oh yeah, we have this knowledge about all this stuff that, you know, someone did the homework, figured it all out, and then just wrote it down, put it on a shelf, and it stayed there. Or, you know, we had the issue with the, You're still waiting for more stuff on Egypt? Oh, like going into the history? That's kind of actually one of the things that's remarkable when you think about it. You look at different times when major powers of the world fell. So, you know, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Egyptians, and all that, where like they went from being a predominant power to not nearly as predominant, or even just staying like within one of those, like going from like Rome from like this ruler to the next ruler. That was a very common thing to try to erase the history of the person before you. You know, or when like in places like China and Japan, when you had your big dynasties and like the one dynasty would fall out of favor and the new one would take over kind of thing, that it was the same thing that not always, but quite often whoever was the new group who took power would, you know, again, try to erase the accomplishments of the group before them. Not always. There was definitely times where you'd have changes of power that it wasn't like kind of one person, like one group versus another or something like that, that it was, you know, the existing group, for whatever reason, either, you know, the heir didn't want power, or it's not that they fell out of favor in a major upset kind of thing, but, you know, they just went a different direction, so there was like a natural passing of the torch to someone else. That's not usually the way it goes, but there's all that. But regardless, there's a lot of time that the shift of power is destructive to information, that, you know, the people before you came up with all these accomplishments, and you want to be the one who's really think they were wrong. And yada yada yada. And it's both kind of heartbreaking, but also fascinating, like how much human knowledge has been lost due to that. Because one thing when they go, oh, like, here's, you know, Emperor What's-His-Face, okay, I've, you know, taken over the throne, and I go to the statue out in the courtyard, and I knock it down, and I put my new one up. Sure, you know, you destroyed art, you've destroyed some history, but, like, it's not... The only human knowledge you maybe got rid of is what the other emperor supposedly looked like based on a sculpture, which may or may not accurately portray them. You know, or may or may not take some liberties to present them in a better light, since, you know, you're probably being paid to make it. And depending on the whims of whatever place you're in, it could be potentially dangerous to piss that person off. But yeah, then you have, you know, archives and all that get destroyed, records get destroyed, and that's just human knowledge gone. Like, it's weird to think that we genuinely believe there was knowledge that the Romans had about different stuff with medicinal properties and all sorts of other useful information that we just don't have anymore, because of the libraries being burned there. And while there were a lot of backups of those books in the Middle East, it was a very incomplete collection. It did have a lot of it, though. Like, genuinely, without those libraries that were in the Middle East, we would have lost so much human knowledge. Let's see, have you been having the bug where your cursor is offset? It's been consistent to me. Not in-game. I do have a bug where on stream, where you see my cursor as versus where I see my cursor as is not the same place. But, like, if I go here, for example, like right now, my mouse is directly over the middle of the 5 on calendar. So where you see it on the cow's head, like just to the right of it, mine is straight up above that on the 5. Like, and to show you, I click on that. Now I got my mouse over the circle on the map. I guess that one's close enough. Oh, it seems to get worse as I go farther down here. It's like right now, I'm on the statistics. Yeah, so weirdly, it seems to get proportionally worse the farther I get from there. It's probably the same to the right. Whoa, don't do that. Drop that. Yeah, stream resolution versus screen resolution. Yeah, that's your gang. Now I lost Roman knowledge. Supposedly Library of Alexandria had tomes on Thing Civilization. They may have vanished almost completely. That knowledge was so rare back then, was lost and destroyed. Right, because the Romans conquered a lot of places, and knowledge was something that Romans found to be of particular value. And so, as well as things that a lot of the archives got there. If you remember correctly, there's strong evidence that the burning of the Library of Alexander wasn't that big a deal. So, it's not as big a deal as it's often presented, because it's presented as like basically the deleting of knowledge entirely and putting us directly in the Dark Ages due to a loss of knowledge. But the reality is there was a very large amount of the Library of Alexandria that had been copied and was in other libraries in the Middle East at the time. Because, you know, you had monks and scribes and all that who were, you know, always copying books day in, day out kind of thing, because they felt very strongly about the preservation of knowledge. And so there was effectively backups of those books. But it was one of the things that it was incomplete, because, you know, they were always adding to the library, and there was a delay between receiving a book, getting it copied, and getting it to the next place. So it's not that like immediately the library went and then suddenly Dark Ages went because of that. The Dark Ages came about because of a whole bunch of other issues. So in the grand scale of things, you're talking about the socio-economic and political situations. Yeah, the burning of the Library of Alexandria wasn't actually that big. We're talking purely from a information and knowledge standpoint. These are those things that kind of hit. Let's see. Most like went to recent warehouse was destroyed by fire. The original copies of the movie, record copies, but the Southern World, not a big deal because they have the copies, but the originals are gone for good, and we don't know what was and lost from the library back then. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We definitely know that a lot was retained, but there is a lot of knowledge that we know the Romans had. Again, whether they learned it themselves or they acquired it from other cultures and all that. Like, it's not to be like, yay, Romans amazing or anything. It was a collection of human knowledge. And there are things we see that we scratch our head and go, you know, people wouldn't figure this out again for hundreds and hundreds of years after they fell. You know, and there's still some stuff we scratch our head and go, we don't really know what the purpose of this object is. You know, we got educated guesses, but can't exactly ask anyone. Yeah, see people, yeah, like being invaded was the thing that really kind of knocked him. That took what was already a bad situation that Rome was in at the time, and then they came in and sacked, and just one of those things that took a bad situation and pushed it over an edge. Good knowledge just easily have been fabricated. For instance, some unknown sources, led by something, just come up with false knowledge and claim newly found hidden forbidden knowledge. I mean, sure, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at stuff like, with some of the infrastructure and design choices the Romans had, that you'd scratch your head and go, well, they clearly had the tools to do this. We also don't have any record of the tools they had to do this. Like, there's very famously, I can't remember how many sides to it. There's this weird, what is it, an octahedron? But there's weird like geometric shape with these circles on the side and these like nubs on the end of it, and they keep finding those all over in like Roman ruins, and they have no record what the thing actually does. And you got a whole bunch of theories. There's people who theorize it's for making gloves. You have people who theorize it's for, you know, standing back and using to see, you know, measure distance. And there's a whole bunch of different theories that some do and some don't really hold merit. There's some that it's more of like a holy symbol that they used to, you know, maybe put up someplace because of, you know, one of those things that they looked at and they go, oh, well, that's like, they've made that out of really nice materials. It'd be really weird for this to be a device made out of very, you know, very nice materials. We're just going to be using it for knitting. And so it's kind of one of those things that we've got all these different things that we go, the heck if we know. Hey, Senju Cookie. Absolutely. The dodecahedron? Not an octahedron. Yeah, the dodecahedron. Yeah, I couldn't remember. But yeah, and it's one of those things that there's a lot of theories that... The problem is almost all the theories, there's a lot of stuff that works out good for it. But then you look at the other ones. So, for example, the theory that it was used for making gloves and all that, where you would expect to find the wear points on it, they're not worn. You would also potentially be able to find materials that get left behind that would be evidence that it had been used with fabric, but we don't find those. That doesn't disprove that theory, but it means there's not much support for that theory. Using it as a thing for gauging distance for, you know, whether it's surveying tools for engineers or stuff, or for military reasons. It was this really weird shape and all that, and they're like, but they had better things to do that. Like, this is a weird choice. You know, and also, with the materials it was made out of, it's like you wouldn't want to use those materials deploying military or whatever, or for fairly menial tasks as, like, measuring a distance or whatever, because it didn't make sense. And so it's just kind of one of those ones that there's a lot of theories, but we can't prove any of them. Like that. Unless we can find, you know, we can find some tome in the, I mean, it very genuinely, it could be something silly as it was just like a little thing that get handled. My understanding is they weren't particularly worn. And that's one of the catches. So for mundane purposes, you would assume it wasn't used much because you'd expect it to be worn in some manner. So you probably didn't use it in manufacturing. You probably didn't use it in textiles. That's one of the main reasons why people support it being used as like a religious symbol or whatever. That, you know, the kind of thing you might put up on your mantle or whatever, and it would just represent who knows what. Because that's something you'd fuss with a whole lot, that you'd like wear out the edges. The problem is we actually, while we found a bunch of them, we haven't found a ridiculous amount of them. Most of the ones we found were damaged. Not like in normal day-to-day use, but from being buried under the ground for a long time. Were found in coin hoarders, suggesting either their owners considered them valuable objects or they were used in connection with coins. As an example, easily checking if a coin could fit through a certain diameter and were not clipped. They also found, let's see, a iconocetahedron, I probably mispronounced that was 20 sides cast the same way, but they don't know why the number of sides are different. But they're also found along the Silk Road, suggesting they're used for trade too. Yeah, and that's one of the things. It's like there's so many things that's like, well, maybe it was used for this. Well, maybe it was used for that. And you'll have some supporting evidence, but you never get that last thing that you're like, okay, we can say with a very high level of confidence it was used for this. We're like, okay, this would imply it was used maybe with this thing. And then from there, we just need to find that piece of papyrus or vellum that just got, you know, someone with like a hand sticking through it with like the glove thing kind of things, or whatever it is. Would be useful to trade checking coins to make sure they are clipped, skimmed. Yeah. Right, so like someone just having a diagram or something. That's just like, hey, we have this thing, this is how it's used. Like, here is the proper way to use it. Finding the instruction manual from ancient Roman times. Till we find that, it is a lot of guesswork. Or until we find, you know, some skeleton of a person holding it and having a coin like shoved halfway in there. Which, you know, good luck finding that. You know, that piece of evidence, they're just like, aha, we know. For a fact, we have learned. But somewhere, someone must have written down how that thing was used. because the Romans had written language. Go back in time, make people properly document things from 7,000 years ago. Exactly. All we need to do is find a way to send a strongly worded email back to Roman times and people tell them, hey, document your crap. That's all we gotta do. You think that's a drop down in Jira, isn't it? Just set the date time correctly. Jira is one of those, like, you really hate it, but also it does definitely help you out. Like, you hate dealing with it. You hate dealing with all the metadata and all of that crap and going through everything. But at the same time, when something happens, you gotta go back and be like, all right, who was responsible for this? And going through the whole hierarchy of the decisions made that led to the thing. So you can make sure to, you know, bark down the right tree of being like, hey, we need to do this differently or whatever. So you can at least make that call. Jira is a very useful tool. It is a useful tool for keeping people on task, but man, does it introduce a lot of overhead. All right, chat, we technically have like 10 minutes, so we're supposed to have an ad break, but I have got to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm going to run it just a couple minutes early. That just means the next ad break after this will be a couple minutes later, so it'll end up washing out to be the same number of ads. But I got to use the restroom, which means I'm going to go do that. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest all. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go. I shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I need to replay Little Guardsman. That was that last game you saw. Very, very genuinely, extremely highly recommend. It is one of those games that a lot of people be like, why, what? Why would you, like, it's this little cartoony, silly game. It's like, the humor in that game is holy crap good. And Little definitely deserves those tacos. They teach you the whole game about the tacos, and come on. It's the least anyone could do is make some tacos happen. Let's see, impossible to calculate accurately, but the resultant degradation of technology, law of civilization, fall of the Roman Empire as result, and the resultant dark ages that followed is estimated to have been humanity about between 500 and 1,000. Yeah, because it wasn't like consistently a whole bunch of stuff got set back. There were some technologies that carried forward as if nothing happened. There were other technologies that, you know, like genuinely were just lost. Oh man, I went over to grab a drink and then I didn't even do that. I also forgot to run the ad. Well, I mean, you didn't get hit with an ad during the break, which, you know, cool for that, but it does mean there's an ad in like 7 minutes I can't do anything about. So that's my bad. Do you know if Farming Sim is going to... If you don't, do you know if Farming Sim is going to go on sale for Christmas? I have no idea. I mean, the Steam fall sale or whatever is already going on. I would suspect if Farm Sim isn't on sale for that, it's unlikely to go on sale, but I don't have any inside knowledge in that. Let's see. Apparently, China just uncovered the world's largest gold deposit, worth an 83 billion. Is this sod farming? No. Sod would imply I'm actually cutting out rectangles of grass and then selling that. No, we're mowing the lawn and then dumping into a ditch and letting it ferment into animal feed called silage, and then selling that. So it's like sod farming, but with more molding. I mean, it's fermenting. It's not actually molding. It's not quite the same thing. Let's see. That chainsaw used to cut down trees was originally designed for cutting through bones during pregnancy. What? A scheduled promotion has just started. Your stream will be featured on the homepage carousel. Ooh. That's, we're on the front page there, chat. I had requested the front page. I knew I was getting it. I hadn't heard it gone into effect yet. So that's cool. So we are going to be on the front page for my hot potato part. So we get a little bit of time here. I do have about 1 hour until we are at the Doctors Without Borders section of the stream, where we'll be doing the Rimworld hot potato and all that stuff. I'm going to need to grab that drink, which is going to be a whole thing. It is going to be a weird thing because I'm going to try and sneak out real fast to do that. Gotcha. So they did surgery. Yep, makes sense. I'd be surprised a chainsaw though, only because that technology came way later. But I mean, probably true. I mean, it makes sense. The words it grabbed, most of the time when people mention them, it's not in a medical context. Like, the way you did is fine. I'm just going ahead and not allowing on that one. Not with anything wrong with the statement. But when I allow stuff, sometimes Automa's like, oh, you allow that every time, so we'll just let that through. Granted, I don't have people bring that up very often, because usually they say something else that I knock them out for. Knock them out as in banned. Yeah, no, it's definitely a combination of a whole lot of things. And then even though we had like a lot of that knowledge in other places, it took a while for people to realize, you know, what knowledge was around. And then, you know, you had people were fighting, so even though one group had the knowledge and the other group didn't, it wasn't getting around because, you know, there was a lot of wars during that period of time and all that. Can you raid me? Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't know a reason why someone wouldn't be raided. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not someone who, like, if you raid me at just, like, 1 or 2 viewers, I'm not gonna be like, no, get a real raid or something like that. I find people like that tend not to last on Twitch. Because they begin to just slowly alienate anyone who would potentially support them. Interesting to know about the Romans. They did things like cataract surgery. Right. And that's kind of one of those things that took forever. I am going to, in the moment when we get that ad break, I'm going to sneak off real fast and grab a drink. Because it should be on the front page carousel here. I have no idea, like, how high that's going to help our visibility. Because I've definitely had times you've been in the front page where the numbers blow up to, like, 27 and 4,000 and all these... Not 27,000. 2,700 and, like, 4,000, all that kind of stuff. Like, really blow up in that way. And we've had times where we just set it a couple hundred. You never know. The way I look at it, it's just another thing that draws in viewers and all that. But it's all for the hot potatoes, the reason I signed up for it for this. Well, now it's smooth. Chunk. Yeah. Like, it's definitely a thing when it comes to technology, is we tend to go through these waves where suddenly technology, like, really gets boosts and all that forward, and then we end up having pretty shortly after, like, a little bit of a lapse in tech from it. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I know I just stepped away for, like, an ad break for 2 seconds. Or, I stepped away for a break 2 seconds. I forgot to grab my drink and I forgot to run the ad. So I'm going to run the ad, grab my drink, because it's got, like, less than a minute before it's going to happen anyways. So I'll be right back. And all that. So I'll be back here in just 2 seconds. I'm not going to run, like, step away the whole ad break. I'm just going to grab my drink. Alright, I'll be back. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely. All right, we're back. Yeah, let's not joke about that. Mitlin. That's the game should be back. There we go. Let's not joke about that. Considering that was like a lot of people died. All right. And plus, like, you know, front page things, all that. So, for those who don't know how the front page works, generally speaking, well, I tend to be a channel that doesn't, like, super duper duper, like, lean into having things, like, get all edgy in the first place. I tend to keep things, like, I jokingly say it's not that it necessarily needs to be, you know, safe for work. My joke is, like, I'm okay if the boss kind of gives you a little side eye. I'm not okay if the boss gets up and walks over to your table, you know, desk and be like, come on, man. That's not okay. So try and keep it in that, like, PG-13-ish area. Make it safer, Cookie. I know, right? Because otherwise we end up just a whole bunch of people causing all sorts of ruckus. Yeah, side-eye, fine. Turning and giving a direct look, not fine. Yeah, so it's just genuinely those things. It's also those things that you're like, if you're not sure if you should say something, maybe don't. Cookie dipping in tea. Hey, man. You gotta live your life how you want. It's a weird decision, but you know. Not hurting anyone. But yeah, so for those who have been catching on, in about not quite 50 minutes, so not quite an hour, we will be switching over to RimWorld for the RimWorld Hot Potato for our segment of the RimWorld Hot Potato. And for those who are unfamiliar with that, we'll be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Technically, I already have that where you can donate if you look at the top of chat. Wait, did my message come? Oh, no, it's still pinned up there. Okay. For a moment, I didn't see my pinned message. Like, wait a second, where did you go? But yeah, so if you go, like, you can hit that link, you can donate. Those incentives will not take effect until I keep trying to say sponsored, but it's a charity part stream. I'm getting paid nothing for it. That's not the point. Thank you that follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah. So we'll have a bunch of stuff where I'll put like stickers on my face. I've got temporary tattoos with the Doctors Without Borders logo on it. That will put temporary tattoos on my face. I've got spicy jelly beans and a whole lot of other nonsense going on. I've got a cosplay of my avatar because my avatar is actually not based off me in any way. It was based off a character I used to play in GTRP, which is what led me into streaming in the first place. Is I was doing GTRP with some friends, and one of those friends wasn't going to be able to be in the city, which is just means you couldn't log into the game, but was going to have internet access, and you know they're feeling left out. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'll try streaming it. That'll probably be fine. And then I streamed it. And then I kept streaming, and then other people started showing up, and here we are. Here we are a couple years later, and going strong. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and get all that stuff. But yeah, so RimWorld Hot Potato is being hosted by the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Wonderful group, might be biased, but been raising a lot of money. Have we crossed over 100,000 for the year? I know we were at about 90,000 the last I looked, but I haven't looked in a little bit. We're at 97,000 and counting. So yeah, that 100,000, we're gonna get that. No problem. Because that event is still going on for, I believe, not quite a day longer. I want to say it's like 7 p.m. this coming day that it ends. And why will you not stay where you're supposed to stay, green screen? You're making my life difficult. But anyways, I am Rual Storge, who do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,120 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. On harder than apocalypse settings, and all of that shebang. That said, that record has been beaten. Mr. Lamprey is the current record holder, at considerably higher than mine, at over 900,000 kills. Beat my record and kept going for a full year. Well, roughly a full year. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole mess of games, including simulations, city builders, settlement builders, tycoons, the rare roguelike, the rare survival. Insert other games in there. I play a lot of stuff. And thank you, Cookie, for the online celebration, or on-screen celebration. I do appreciate that. All right, so let's drop this in. And at the moment, what we're doing is we're playing some farming simulator. If you haven't seen this game, you simulate farming. You get what's on the box. Basically, it's a game around simulating, like farming simulation. And with this game, the way it ends up working is you grow your crops, you harvest them, you sell them, you use them, you buy more equipment. Pretty standard. They got like production lines and a whole bunch of stuff. With that said, we are doing a challenge. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We are doing a challenge known as the Survivorman challenge, which is you start yourself with the absolute bare minimum you need to be able to make money. The absolute bare minimum you need to make money. You disallow loans or leases, and you set the economy on its hardest settings. So it's the sweatiest try-hard farming sim you can get out there. So with that, we had the bare minimum to be able to mow grass and sell grass clippings as our main money maker. So you can imagine the money you make in mowing a yard and dumping grass shavings in to be sold. Not the most lucrative. Not particularly lucrative as well, because it's not like we're mowing someone else's yard and they're paying us for the service. No, we're mowing our own property and selling the grass clippings. That said, we have moved on to what we're doing now is we're taking those grass clippings, we're taking them to this big concrete ditch over here, we're dumping them all in there, pressing them down, throwing a tarp over top of them, and that will allow us to ferment it into what's known as silage. Silage, all you need to know is they use that for animal feed. So taking those pretty worthless grass clippings and making them into slightly less worthless silage. But it means we're basically mowing the lawn. And because we're on the sweatiest try-hard settings, we have to do this for a little while as we slowly put together our money. We're sitting at just a bit shy of 12,000, with our next major investment being to get a tractor that is not just plain sad, because we have literally the weakest tractor in the game because, again, challenge run. So we do want to save up for a better tractor. Right now, there's nothing on sale. What are you? Tree planter. Can't do it. Because that's our biggest thing holding us back right now, is when I go to work on the silage and the mower and all that. You can see just going uphill, because if you can't tell, we are going uphill right now. Just going uphill makes our tractor really struggle with the equipment we've got. And then when we're going to try and like flatten out and compress the silage and all that, we get stuck a lot. So having a much heavier and higher horsepower tractor would let me get around that. But we got a little bit of work to do, but that's all fine. So what we'll probably do is we'll probably do about 30 more minutes of this. And then I'm going to go and take this down, and we're going to get ourselves ready for the Rimworld Hot Potato. Let's see. Because you missed the start of the save. What were your starting funds? $0. Basically, the way I set up the Survivorman challenge is I go in, and the minimum amount you need to be able to literally make any money whatsoever in Farm Sim is you need to own a piece of property, because for the challenge, I'm not allowed to take contracts, loans, or leases. So you need a piece of property, you need either a chainsaw, or the bare minimum to run the lawnmower thing and the foraging wagon, or you need a greenhouse. $70 horsepower tractor with 120 worth of equipment on. Correct. It can run it, technically, but it's not happy about it. And the tractor we'd ideally like to get, which is going to be a little bit of an effort, will be about 230 horsepower. Because there's a medium tractor that's about 90,000, that'd work well. That said, we're going to watch the sales here, because if we get lucky and we can catch something at like half off or whatever used, then I can end up going that way. Good thing the land is flat and slanted downhill like all this side, so going down is relatively fast and going up is just watching it struggle. But we did roll a wheel to decide what our first actual crop is going to be instead of just silage. And the first actual crop we rolled is barley, which is just a grain. It works the same way as wheat does and all that, just the amount you get out and the cost and all that's a little different. That said, that will be something we're working on as well. But that'll be a whole thing. Unfortunately, that's a dream for a later day, because for that I need a seeder, I need a harvester, and I need a plow to make that happen. And realistically, That's not happening until it gets a bigger tractor, because the seeder, the one I saw that's the cheapest, is 120 horsepower, and as mentioned previously, I am working with a tractor that's only 70 horsepower, which is not exactly going to cut it. Yeah, and a better tractor. So we are working on that. But that's what we're doing right now, is we got this lawnmower header, we got this wagon on the back, and all I do is I fill up the wagon, back it in, dump off the grass clippings, and then we'll press it all down later. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And for the record, you don't have to do any of this. This is sweaty, try-hard stuff. Silage can actually be pretty lucrative in the game, but generally most players are going to choose something like wheat or barley or whatever, corn, and you're going to grow it. Alright, so dump that there, and I think we're at the point that I need to get out the leveler and just shove all that grass towards the middle. Alright. So let's ditch the mower for just a second. And go grab that big plow looking thing on the other, well, not plow, like the big bulldozer looking front over there. And we're gonna go ahead and try and shove this ahead and see what we can make happen. We're just trying to compress that grass towards the middle so I can keep shoving more grass in there. Now, downside is this thing is a little too heavy. So genuinely, the reason I'm keeping this thing on the back here, even though it is just more weight I gotta pull around, is if I don't do that, I actually just tip up on my front wheels and then I can't drive properly because my back wheels are off the ground because of how heavy this thing is. Alright, so it's gonna take a little bit of effort here. Just gotta shove this along here. Not gonna be very fast, but that's okay. I'm just trying to consolidate this whatever I can, and then I'll go from the other side and do the same thing. I can also use the roller as the weight. Right now I'm not looking to roll it though, so it's fine. I was really hoping that would go smoother, but that's what it is. Like, it is, you can see it is slowly like inching that forward. But the goal is mostly just trying to consolidate this in the middle as much as we can make it happen. If I had a much higher horsepower tractor, I would just push right through this. But genuinely, honestly, putting this wedge, the wedge on the front of this tractor is not really reasonable. All right. And we're almost in the middle, which is good because I'm getting pretty close to the point where I'm not going to be able to keep going. Alright, let's fold that so it doesn't keep doing on it. And I'm just going to do that from the other side. I'm just trying to make room. Yeah, no, the little tractor is screaming for us to please stop. The little tractor says this isn't fair. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's get it redeployed, get to this side. Same exact deal. We're just trying to shove that grass kind of towards the middle to give me more room to shove more grass in there. Because the more I can put in there at a time, the more silage I can produce at a time. And the turning this from grass into silage does roughly triple the value. The little tractor that barely could. I think I can. I'm gonna feel it in the morning. Alright. Yep, so he beached. Alright, that's still better than what we had. Because then what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to back this trailer up there and dump more on the top. What I want to do now... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What I'm actually going to do here, in just a minute, I'm going to start turning off some of our alerts. And it's not that I don't want to, you know, recognize people following and all that. When you're on the front page, unfortunately, sometimes you deal with trolls and all that stuff. So I definitely want to make sure I get ahead of some of that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And also, like I said, we're going to be doing a charity part of the stream here in about... Well, in about 30-ish minutes, we're going to be stopping what we're doing now, not quite 30 minutes, to get ready for the charity part. Now, literally all I have to do is I just turn off the alerts. Is that thing just of grass clippings? Yep, that is a thing of grass clippings. I mean, you can eat grass clippings if you want. It could upset your stomach, but, you know... Assuming you have grass in your area, that's a dream you can actualize. Oh, come on. Hills are tough. Poor little tractor. No, like, people could follow with whatever names they want. My big thing, like, you'll notice I don't put, like, the name of the people on the stream, and I thank people for follows. I just don't thank them by name. That isn't me being like, oh, I don't want to recognize their names or anything like that. It's just very genuinely one of those things that it's not been a big problem on Twitch lately, but for the longest time we had issues on Twitch where you'd drop in and people would come with some like the most like horrific names. And you'd pop in and you'd go autopilot and you'd start reading the name and you're like, aw. You know, like this person having this like whatever name, this awful name or whatever. And, you know, even if you don't say it, you recognize and go, oh, that was racist, like I'm not going to read that name. If you have your alert on there, you know, it's on your screen and all that. But I'm not worried about that because I already excluded the names. It's more being on the front page. We're getting ready to do a charity event and all that. We want it to be about the charity when we get there. So thank you so much, Quesadilla, for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catch the last 7 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Yep, we're going to be doing the RimWorld Hot Potato, which is 37 streamers with one save file of RimWorld where we start that run, and it goes through 37 different people, each putting in roughly 3 or 4 hours each. So it's basically one colony for the course of pretty much 7 days non-stop, all the way through, raising money for Doctors Without Borders, which is an absolutely wonderful cause for those who do want to donate. It is on the top of the page. Those incentives will come live when we start that segment. If you do redeem one of those things, I am going to, like, once we start, like, it's not, it won't happen now, but if you do, like, the spicy jelly beans or whatever, for example, what'll happen is the moment we get to that segment and I, you know, get the save file passed to me and we do all that, I'll immediately pop in there and do all that stuff. Hey, Gwillem. And thank you. Can I get a shout out for Gwillem, by the way? Also was in the... I'm pointing over here as if that's pointing at literally anything. Also participated in the RimWorld Hot Potato. Absolutely had a fantastic time. Has a really cool setup, by the way. Really cool setup. Where Gwillem does like a VTubing thing where their character is in, I believe it's Unreal that you've got that set up, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like an entire Unreal environment that's got like a couch and TV and everything set up, and does all sorts of wild things that like their character can like run around in the space and all that, so you know when a raid happens they run over the door and they open the door to let the raid in and all that. It's a really slick setup. Definitely worth checking out. A lot of fun over there. Plays a lot of stuff. Been playing a lot of Factorio recently. I don't even need to click on the little arrow to look at that. I just know. Unity. Gotcha. Unity. So it's not in Unreal, it's in Unity. Makes sense. But it's a cool setup. Definitely worth checking out. And all that good stuff. Let me quickly pop over here while we are going down this hill real fast, because events. So I am going to be disabling a bunch of my alerts. And that's going to be because we're going into the charity segment not too long and I don't want to forget about it. So it's not because I don't want to recognize, you know, people subbing and bits and follows and all that. I normally do that. It's just during the charity segment, I want all of the focus on the charity. So I don't want people, you know, being like, haha, I can get an alert by throwing bits at the channel. It's like, no, give money to charity. Me later, charity now. You get the idea. All right. So we'll drop off a little bit more of the grass here. Just need to keep an eye on potato things. Because with the potato, when we get to that segment of the stream, what is going to happen is just a little bit beforehand, I'm going to go ahead and drop this game, and we'll basically open up RimWorld, have ourselves like in the quote-unquote RimWorld waiting room. And then when Italics finishes up their segment, what'll end up happening is Italics will drop the save there. Most likely we'll both pop onto voice just to like get a 2-second, hey, here's what's going on in the save, yada yada. And then after that, we'll pop it in for our turn. I'm a little bit more concerned about this one than past years for my own situation, because the last couple years I've been relatively early in the stream kind of thing, or in the run, like in the first third. And so Wealth hadn't had a lot of time to really build up or anything like that. Whereas this time, I'm pretty close to the end, which, granted, things are looking much better than they were before. Earlier on, that colony was getting pretty rich. Was getting pretty rich, pretty big deal. And I was just like, oh no, if it stays this wealthy and it gets to me, this is gonna be a real rough RimWorld go, because of having 37 people all involved at all different skill levels and all that. Like, there was definitely a period around the end of the first day to the second one that the wealth was just blowing up, and because of people being distracted with all the charity stuff, like with all the charity stuff going on, you know, defenses weren't getting built and all that. And that's not like any criticism of the players. The charities are the point. Like, if you got to decide focus on fixing the colony or getting money for Doctors Without Borders, the getting money for Doctors Without Borders is the point. But it was watching the wealth just grow and grow and just going, oh no, this is going to be terrifying when it's my turn. But it does seem like things started to smooth out as things started getting really rough, that people are like, oh, our wealth's getting out of control, that people actively started taking efforts to knock the wealth down. And that's just RimWorld things. RimWorld is 100% of a game that you got a lot of stuff to manage, and one of those lessons you learn, probably like intermediate player level, is the wealth management is absolutely critical in the game. I don't typically do it to the point where I'm burning goods all the time to like manage it. My response to wealth management is more deliberately not choosing stuff to generate wealth to make it easier for me to trade things. Because there's a lot of people do all sorts of things to like manufacture goods or acquire goods to rapidly up-tech themselves, but all of that generates wealth. Whereas most of my wealth comes from base building, that I end up, you know, everything else going slowly just by the settings I run, and then gradually as my base gets builder, it becomes a threat from the wealth side. Because I like having nice floors and everything. I like my people living relatively nice lives. You know, as nice as is possible in RimWorld. Which is, I guess, okay. Okay with moments of violence. Yeah, so we're gonna go make good progress on getting all this dropped off. And all that good things. But yeah, no, it's definitely a good time. Yeah, and for all those who are not familiar with RimWorld, its nickname is War Crime Simulator because the game takes a morally gray approach that you can be just about as awful as you want to be, but it can also be pretty good. Generally speaking, I do play RimWorld mostly as fairly reasonable people that I don't usually do too awful of things. I've certainly done them in the past in RimWorld, and it's not like I have any problem with people doing them or anything like that. I just found the game more challenging and more interesting, you know, not doing the terrible things, because a lot of times those terrible things will actually make your game easier. So playing the game and being reasonable is like playing the game hard mode a lot of the time. Just snipe the edge of that field. Keep accidentally pushing the work in front. You have leather chairs for science? No. Like that's the cartoonishly evil things the game lets you do. And don't get me wrong, there is certainly something about a game that lets you do all sorts of like edgy, awful things. Like I absolutely did terrible things in that game in the past myself. Like there is no like me standing on moral high ground here. It's just once the novelty kind of ran off, then it was like, okay, but let's see, like let's try to play this, you know, kind of in line what people would most likely do in real life. Most people don't get a little hungry and immediately turn on everyone. All right. So I think I can get one more load in there before we need to do our switch over. And I'm really hoping we can get some really solid money, because I'm putting a lot in that place. Like I said, it should triple its value from me just selling it raw. That's the thing. I understand, Cookie. And I get what you're saying. Generally, morally, and all that, it's still considered not great. Obviously, RimWorld's a video game and whatever. But, like, I also don't want to keep running on that thread. Especially, like, not while we're on the front page and all that. And going into a charity cause like Doctors Without Borders. But yeah, so with the Doctors Without Borders colony, we actually have a lot of rules that we've set for ourselves to be, you know, in the spirit of Doctors Without Borders, so we won't be having people, like, popping Luciferum or anything like that. Once the enemy quits the field, we don't just chase and gun down everyone. We let them go. We have to make our best effort to help anyone, friend, foe, or otherwise, because, you know, Doctors Without Borders don't choose sides in engagements. They don't let politics or those types of biases do that. If someone needs help, they help them. And they offer way more things than you would think. They actually, like, have a lot of different stuff they do. Like, you always think about, you know, oh, there's a conflict area that Doctors Without Borders are helping. You also have areas where there's, you know, other humanitarian crises, like natural disasters, you know, famine, that kind of thing going on. They provide mental health care for people who are in situations that can be traumatic, again, natural disasters, war zones, whatever. And they do a lot of stuff, and they put themselves in a lot of risk doing it, which, you know, good on them for, like, how much they're doing to help, that they're like, hey, if someone's hurting, you know, and we can offer help, let's do it. And it's just a really big thing that there's so many pressures. Yeah, no, we have the whole thing, like with the RimWorld, you know, it's a whole thing that cannibalism is a mechanic in the game, and that you can choose to do if you so wish. And it got to the point that it's such a tiresome joke that I literally have my bot, which will take almost every single term or phrase that people can come up with and it'll replace it with, like, taco. So it's, like, it's one thing when I'm playing RimWorld, but it was like I'd be playing just Planet Coaster or, you know, a Tycoon game or whatever, and people would still make cracking jokes as, like, alright, I'm actually getting kind of tired of it. Yeah, so this will definitely be the last load, because that should land us around 45 after. That'll give me enough time to, like, quickly double-check everything. Remind myself of where, like, everything is and all that. But, it will be one of those things. I'll just take the time to, like, make sure all my stuff's out. Like, it should all be working. The biggest thing I need to remind myself is I did check beforehand. I was like, okay, that's where the save files go for RimWorld. And I don't remember. I checked it yesterday. It's like, that's where they go. Cool. I remember now. And I don't remember. I think it's just, like, in the RimWorld directory in Steam, if I remember correctly. Like, there's a save game folder or something. But I'm gonna pull that up real fast so I have, like, the directory open so the moment Italics is ready, I can just kind of go pop and be done with it. It was fun to watch the handoffs to new people that never would have met before. Oh yeah, that's one of the advantages of, like, all the, like, not just this event, but, like, raid trains and all that. I have found so many other really good channels that way. Like, and it's been fun. It's like you're watching, like, your circle of creators that you're like, oh, here's where I know I can find, you know, a good time or whatever. That. Okay, so it's app data. All right, so while we got that, thank you. I really appreciate that, because I know the thing where you go %app data % for those marked folders, which takes me to roaming, not local low, but that's easy enough to get there because you go one directory up, local low. Because while we're doing that, we can go to Ludian Studios, RimWorld by Ludian Studios, saves. Alright, so I got the directory up there and just got to drop it in there. I love the old save file. I forgot that they did this. Your old save file for previous versions, it renames it .old. I forgot about that. Alright, so we're about to finish this row. Man, we own this whole tile of land. My only complaint about this specific mod map that they added is the mod map's cool, but for my particular challenge, the map is huge. The tiles in the map are extremely huge, which is fine for any other run, but for my challenge, it means I can get this giant tile of land for basically free, just with the setup of how I have to deal with this. Which is fine, but I feel like that does mean where normally to, like, stretch out the, There was a little 45 minutes mistake at the start of this turn. Oh no! Did he open, like, the wrong save file or an old save file or something? Or, like, ran it, because I know we had one person ran into problems that they had difficulty trading the file because of different things. But that wasn't a super long issue. But it just had to deal with, like, zipping files and all that stuff. And we apparently have broken the 100,000. He loaded an old save file, but it wasn't his fault, really. Yeah. Is it full or something? You're not spitting out the last tiny bit. I'm guessing we've hit the limit of what that could store, maybe? I'm guessing just from looking at it, skill level chaff, it probably can only go to 120,000. So it might be the limit there. All right, so what's going to end up happening here is we are going to quickly stop what we're doing here because I don't have an... Well, I can... If we don't have enough time, what I want to do is I just want to do a quick test. We're not going to do a full extra row. I'm going to go grab one quick stripe of grass. I'm going to try and drop it in there and see if we have capped it off. I don't have remotely enough time to compact it because that's going to take me a hot 10-15 minutes, and we just don't have that. But I do have enough time that we can quickly go in here and scoop up just enough grass to make it so we have like 5, 10, 15% or something like that. Drop that in there because I am guessing that maybe it is that 120,000 liters of grass is the limit, which would honestly be nice to have that limit because with that limit, it does keep me from just collecting grass forever and ever and ever kind of thing. I mean, there's clearly a limit. At some point, it spills over the top. But having that defined limit of like, okay, 120,000 liters, fair enough. I pop it in there. You know, I could go into compacting and all that. Now, with the other ones, I think we're sitting at, was it 6, 7, 8,000 liters? Or no, it's like, whatever. Either way, we're looking probably in the area of 30, 40,000, I would guess. Once this becomes silage. So we should make pretty good money on this. Maybe not enough to get our tractor all in one go, unless I can catch it on sale, at which point then absolutely that'd be enough for it all in one go. But the chances of the specific tractor we want going on sale in this short time frame is not great. Alright, so let's go here. Let's back the trailer up. Okay, it is still going down. Alright, so it is not full. Understood. That's all I wanted to test there. Is I just wanted to see if it was actually full or not. Yeah, so right over 120. There we go. Okay, so we're fine. But with that said, what's going to end up happening here is I am going to drop a quick save because we're about 15 minutes till my segment on the Rimworld Hot Potato. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. I'm going to be switching our scene, doing all the stuff I need to do in the background to get everything set up and rocking and rolling and all that stuff. For those overwatching on YouTube, your stream is going to drop because I'm just not dealing with YouTube and things not working right with all the charity stuff because I'm already going to be dealing with a bunch of systems I don't do on a normal basis. So let me go ahead and drop that. I'm also still going to be overwhelmed with chat as well, and I don't need more than one chat.